Delegate Brown is present. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered. Roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton is present from Shirpak, New Mexico.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered. Roll call. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty.
Yazzie said this is Delegate Amber King-Crotty. I'm present. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty answered. Roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning. Present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Good morning. Alone is present. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James is present. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered. Roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present. Good morning.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present. Good morning.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So present.
Honorable Charlene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh,
Honorable Eugene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Speaker, you have 19 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nota. Good morning, colleagues. Again, thank you. This is our second day of our fall session. We have 19 members present. Let's go ahead and continue on down. We did have an invocation by Mr. Mann that was for the entire week. So thank you, Mr. Mann, for doing that. yesterday morning. Before we continue on down, I'm going to go to Honorable Slater, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, and then just as a formal recognition this morning. Honorable Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker Damon. I come to you, colleagues, this morning, and to those who are listening in, to commemorate the life of Mr. Samuel Yazzie. He was a council delegate for 16 years on this very council, and he served the communities of Lukachukai and Saley Wheatfields. I think he was an incredible man who was immensely humble, who, as a Daltex program supervisor, was not afraid to roll up his sleeves and act as the cook, act as the driver, help out his local staff. He also was a peacemaker for the Chinle Judicial Court. And in addition to being the chapter president, a local supervisor, and a peacemaker, I feel like he encapsulated and exemplified our traditional notions of leadership, that you roll up your sleeves, you do the work yourself, and no matter what the charges are in the law or in the code, you will be there to broker peace among your people, to solve hard issues, and to lend an opinion when you're asked to. He also was the school board president for Lukachukai Community School, and the Health Education Human Services Committee visited that school. I think it's about $68 million in investment from the federal government to construct it. And boy, is it beautiful. The vision that he saw and the previous school board members and the current school board members saw is being realized now. And it's thanks to his tenacity and dedication and his love for the head and the tail, the youth and the elders. He was a Daltex supervisor, he was a school board president, and everything that happened in our people's lives in between as a judicial peacemaker, he was there to help them with. So, Speaker, I ask you and our colleagues and everyone who's listening today to think about how they can be present in their communities this week, how they can support the continuity of their communities, whether it's checking on an elder, whether it's helping out that single parent or that family who's struggling to make ends meet, seeing how you can check in on your relatives and make sure that they have what they need if you're able to help them. That's what Mr. Yazzie did. He would personally deliver building supplies to elders, to community members, way out in the most rural parts of his district. And I take a lot of pride in occupying a seat that he once held, because I think all of us can take that lesson to roll up our sleeves and get to work for our people, and to do so with a sense of decency and a sense of humility. So, Speaker, if we could have a moment of silence, I'd appreciate it if you could recognize Mr. Yazzie at this time, and then I also have a motion to make hereafter.
Thank you very much for that recognition this morning, support recognition. As we know that serving current members and past members of the Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Sam Yazzie was an individual who served 16 years on this board. So to be reelected 4 times elected to this chambers is known as that's something. You've done great for your community, you've done wholesome for your community, you're trustworthy to your community, and you're giving something back every day to your community. So with that, I thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, for recognizing Mr. Sam Yazzie at this time. With that, colleagues, with the blessing and passing with his family mourning at this time, let's recognize him with a moment of silence. Thank you very much, colleagues. And thank you very much, everyone, for recognizing that, listening in. And please keep Mr. Sam Yazzie's family and your Honorable Sam Yazzie's family and your prayers today and throughout the week. That, let me go back to you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. After discussion, sorry, Speaker, I thought I was muted. After discussion with some colleagues, I think that because of the general support for quite a few legislations and the lack of need for amendment and their thorough discussions at the committees and near unanimous approvals or unanimous approvals, I'd like to motion for a consent agenda, or actually to modify the agenda to insert a consent agenda. And that would be for legislation 12821, 19021, 10721, 12321, 12621, 17421, 20121, and 21121. I reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
That almost later on the motion, you have reserved your time at 35 seconds. Almost later. With that, colleagues, if you look on your approved agenda, you're looking at legislation 0128-21 again, sponsored by Honorable Halona. It's in reference to supplemental funding for towns, Tallahatchie area of opportunity and services. Number two, the second legislation is legislation 0190-21 to supplemental funding to the judicial branch and the Navajo Nation Election Administration. Legislation 0107-21. It's a reaffirming the request to the governor of New Mexico to activate the Natani Development Corporation, Maloney Healthcare, Inc., Indian Managed Care Entity, and to increase the medical resources available to the Navajo people, sponsored by Chairman Daniel So. Legislation 0123-21, sponsored by Honorable Freeland. It's appointing Mr. Anson Morgan to the Government Development Commission. This is legislation 0126-21 is a appointment of Mr. Zane James to the Navajo Government Development Commission, sponsored by Honorable Edison Onika. Legislation 0174-21 is sponsored by Chairman Daniel So. It's a legislation enacting the Inna Heirs Life Act of 2021. Legislation 0201-21, sponsored by Honorable Slater, is approving the transfer of Navajo transit systems from the Navajo Division of General Services to the Navajo Division of Transportation, and also changing the plan of operations, sponsored by Honorable Slater again. And then last but not least, legislation 0211-21, sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay. It's a request to conduct a field hearing on the Navajo Nation in regards to approving uranium mining within the Navajo Nation, its long-term effects of uranium within the nation, and remediation reclamation efforts of uranium mining within the Navajo Nation. Colleagues, there is a motion. Is there a second for this consent agenda? Colleagues, remember, after approving the consent agenda after the initial approval of an agenda on the first day, in order to change the council's agenda at this time, we need 16 votes. So with that, colleagues, is there a second for this consent agenda motion?
Eugene So.
Honorable Edison Winika.
Good morning, Speaker. Freeland's on for the record. Thank you.
Morning, Freeland. Honorable Freeland.
Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newton. Can you add me to the queue regarding this consent agenda?
With that, Madam Chair, Amber Cardi. On the consent agenda.
Good morning, Speaker Damon and my colleagues. I'll speak on the consent agenda. Thank you, Speaker Damon. But Shaz, if you could allow, I just wanted to recognize all of our Navajo cowboys and cowgirls who are participating in this week's Indian National Rodeo finals. Speaker, I think for the winter session, if you could help, we do want to honor Carl Dennison of Tohatchi, New Mexico, and our very own J.R. Hunt, a true bull rider here from Two Gray Hills. So I wanted just to make that recognition. But in terms of the consent agenda, I would ask if we could take off 0107-21. In reading this legislation, there is some issues that I would need clarification when it comes to sovereign immunity. That's stated on page 4 of 6, line 11. So thank you, Speaker, and I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Madam Chair, Cardi, 0107-21, sponsored by Chairman Daniel, so is removed off the consent agenda. That, moving on down, Madam Chair, Charles Linton, good morning. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker. And good morning, colleagues. I would like to request to remove legislation 0128-21. And I know that we technically already approved that legislation. However, I just want to know the difference between 0125-21 and the 0128-21. I would also like to ask that we remove legislation 0123-21 and also 0126-21 from the consent agenda. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve time at 4 minutes and 23 seconds. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time?
Speaker, this is Delegate Begay, Elmer Begay.
Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and other members of the Navajo Nation Council. Speaker, did I hear the legislation 174-21? Is that the one that's Is that?
Yes.
I could be on the consent agenda.
Yes.
Can I request it to be removed from the consent agenda because I have a amendment.
Okay. Thank you. 0174-21 is removed.
Speaker, Delegate Aruso.
Honorable Aruso, good morning. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. And sorry for calling in last minute. And just wanted to allow the staff to mark me present. I was on the line and my phone's been trying to unlock myself. And so, whatever is fine and dandy on the consent agenda. Let's go ahead and move forward with it. Yeah, thank you.
Speaker David, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in a queue, please. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, and those that are listening. Respectfully request to take off 0211-21 uranium. I have uranium in my area.
And I have a legislation that was passed many years ago. And I think that should be discussed on the floor. And also I'd like to remove 190-21. Thank you.
That is legislation 01211-21 and 0190-21 has been removed. With that, Honorable Slater, there is no consent agenda. You still want to move forward with your motion? But there would be no consent agenda. Your legislation would just be still in the same spot. Okay. Honorable Slater withdraws his motion for the consent agenda. Honorable Wanika, you're good. He withdraws too as well. That continuing on down then, colleagues. Moving on down, we did conclude with the report yesterday up to the Navajo Nation Chief Justice. But we did motion to recess at 5:17. We did note that if we're coming back, that motion did pass, we could go immediately to new business. So with that, colleagues, we are on new business. Item number A, 0125-21, sponsored by Honorable Vince James, co-sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Mr. Rico, if you could read into the record.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yeller on the line for the record.
Good morning, Honorable Yeller.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0125-21, in action relating to an emergency, and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $2,644,380 from the Citizen Fund to the Division of Community Development for the purchase of fire trucks and ambulances for the Gonado Fire District, adopting the Citizen Gonado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vince James, co-sponsored by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. There are no committee reports, as this is was initially an emergency legislation. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Is there a motion?
Yellow hair.
Where is there a second?
So.
Chair Charles Newton. Colleagues, this legislation came before council before. Are we ready to vote?
Speaker Daniel.
Daniels. You have a question?
No question, ready to vote.
Mr. Speaker, yes. I have an amendment.
That Honorable Vince James, 20 minutes on the board.
Speaker, Ado Shahati, Shinad Ahmashini Bishma Sana. Kodon Tana, Tado, Hinanashi, Inigi, Ado Nana down Shahati, so it's enough ID. Kodod a legislation 0125-21 again. A the Shield, Aja Cotton Citizens Anigi, A Kodo Beso, Aja Chidal. Then Sesigi Aja Aquagi and that Loigi, Aya Ecuador, Hitato, non-change door, Kodo, Pajo Button, Denigi, be not in Chicago, not Arno, Denigi, Aya, Leader, look on the quick machine, Aya, Jacon Citizens Anigi, he gets in Gonado, Ado Kindachi, Ado Steamboat, Ado Greasewood, Plagato, White Rooms, Ado Nazlini, Ado Hashina hot in the Indian Wells do Delacan a Cortlana at nada a lot lenko. Don't lay jedito do white cone. I don't lay Sanders which is the quite white rooms those Sanders but another one le ado Summit Barrage lay Pine Spring got a teen lay Sawmill got a teen hot Hashi hun scale hot look until do fire district hot another 84 edition leco. I don't lay Talani, I don't lay down Cottonwood. Arj opinion to that 18 a corner odd not a cow agent not unleco. Of course, that all huge what our Navajo Nation Linigi, you can't lower than leco. I don't Navajo Nation Linigi, you can't not lower conduct hit position leco. Of course, La Nahe, what shouldn't Linigi. Which equally ako teaching not indole jokot which equalia don't chidios ako but on the happiness kaido but a hadas kisling ako honda the whole just a quaggy being hikado was to purchase new fire equipment, fire trucks, fire and ambulance what that a higi ashon de what out na o kan linigi in kitchen na ando le ko quite good he ka do what but ba na ni ka ado such a personnel that he does supply they do ta stuff that ko it's just the equipment to get ko do ambulance linigi do fire trucks that he ko do ba na ni ka le ko ye ko in hit the net. Then action and Linigi so urgent that volunteer that or a dahos do a dahos na unleco ado CPR the hot aban nada that training then hit the never kaya hot so hot urgent that in leco oh a huge what Gonado fire to shit and then he cut what ado nana Ashin that say ko be iklidigi ya kwato da Gonado fire district and ando hot the like until look this should they hidden the hota I do that and hot hota bidi quite that not all hota should not drink ko should not not any hot shiba no zin so children that the next kind the what kai the hunter each or banana should they later team baho what hot job but linigi be hit not inch car dollar the dean side the dean the car not lot way I bake this ain't all be a company the needy be the natural what hit not is this condolence. Oh, how huge of the nebazard and the needy that they need to be a job, but I no answer no. It's the way jish edo be dosa na nelita be a job, but be hot not inch cartole. Then he came to cut over natural codo. He ain't the needy argent, he's a net and the needy, the harchin a argent each of the off edo banana should take any. Benachin yard yitane lingo even on Shinadi or and then Linigi he caught another what though listen leco. What odd hajo but Linigi be in hitch across street or lisaco. Ado kodo dam Arjun Hinat Linigi Gonado Fire District Chief Woody a stock quite in Carniaco Asian stock kodo bahu dish article. Ado Arjun had away stock bananas eaten at Gonado Fire District. Mr. Marcarlo Roan Horse, Stoco, oh, how huge what Nakashin and Lini bananas or what not delicious Stoco. Dot Pike Nahani Yakoko, Kodo, the L sheet Kodoba who dish art and Leco, not art, Liniki dot Archie, Asian not the kid in Liniki, so Sahi dishing Kodo. Sato Banahosha, who not answered Linigi and Hitcha, so listen, Leco. Oko Edo Nana ba ai da ba na ni na ako sinat besije ha ri na to ako ki awen bigi ado unta dan sinale honorable Rignes to ako kodo besije ha ri na ako those AIA has all the AIA the other districts, B5 districts throughout the Navajo Nation don't have Iban Saha case that you could add up a or three or the national AIA Kodo is Native Nation Gonado Fire District. The Niki dos Kodo legislation so na AIA Kodo Clienta Fire District AIA Bichek so lane door business Mr. Ronald Singer. Ako ado in the San Juan County, Utah. Aja to ako Mike McDonald to hota na hasil now ko aja to the listing niki ni hiche kwil ni hiche kwita to sis to hota che Nana San Juan County, New Mexico. John Molir County Fire Chief to hota che ado Purple Valley Fire District to hot Cliff Snyder is to hot ako Asian hitchen kode la do and she equado legislation but non-social ako for equipment only no which hatasi do hitting the houses net ako do hot in hitche hona ando leshinat no slinigi an haban to testo beshaja hasi Benina hot iflato shinan lini shle ako shinat no slinigi hot hinanes Ilya Shisini do Danshinale co-sponsor Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton ako ikisinahoy na Gonado hinanes linigi Ilya ako Achide Kodo Gonado Fire District on Chief Woody but the ish ako Adoshi Aben Hije Dahadol do Nana Mr. Marcarlo Ron Horse Solis Kedo speaker.
Okay. Good morning, members of the Navajo Nation Council delegates. I appreciate this time to let us speak here. I just came here to hopefully get your participation and assistance for getting a new fire check for our fire district. We've been with the fire equipment for the same fire equipment for the last 20 years, and so we're trying to get new equipment. I have Mr. Roomhurst here kind of start this then going, so I want him to elaborate a bit more on this, and so he has more information about it, and I'll have him speak on my behalf also, but I'll be glad to answer your questions too.
I'm the administrative assistant for Gonado. I've been with the district for over 11 years, and being I can help provide assistance to Delegate James in reference to the legislation before. At this time, Gonado Fire District, we are seeking assistance from the Navajo Nation Council, proposing $2.6 million for fire apparatus, medical units, and a little bit of history on the fire district. We've been established in 1982 to render fire suppression and emergency services. And as we go forth, we've been contributing assistance to the Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue. Fire and Rescue has a responsibility to watch over a span of 27,000 miles of treacherous land. And in doing so, the only way we can accomplish this is to ensure that we're working collaboratively. We've been in contact with some of the surrounding fire departments and also the Navajo Nation Fire. We did meet with council prior on several occasions during work studies, and we went before the subcommittees to present our information. At this time, really, what we're asking for is a total of 4 medical units, transport units. We were asking for a total of 3 water tenders meaning water to me. And so that's what our proposal is for. We've been assisting the Navajo Nation, and we are what they call a subdivision through the state of Arizona. The Gonado Fire District has a governing body that we report to, and the governing body.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
The district.
Hold on. Madam Chair Charles Loon, you had a question?
Speaker, I raised the point because I'm not sure if it's just on my end, but the volume of the speaker keeps going up and down. At some points it gets very, very low and I can't hear what they're saying. So I apologize for interrupting your presentation. I just can't hear what you're saying. Thank you, Speaker.
Are you guys okay? I mean, are you guys hearing that?
It's so high. Okay, thank you, Speaker. My apologies if you guys did not hear our presentation, but I'll go ahead and proceed. We did go before several of the chapters on the Navajo Nation. We went to Gonado, Steamboat, Klagetoh, Kendefachi, Cornfields, Jedito, Nazlini, Wide Ruins, and Greasewood. And we also went before District 17 Council and the Fort Defiance Agency Council, where we did receive supporting resolutions in our efforts. Again, our overall mission for the fire district is to render and to provide life safety for all of our customers. And so we do, Gonado Fire District, we cover 1,000 square miles, and we don't limit ourselves to those 1,000 square miles. We do go out of our area to provide and render services to the Navajo people. This effort, again, is to ensure that we assist our surrounding agencies, which is Navajo Nation, primarily is Navajo Nation, and we also have Perco Valley Fire District. And so with that, we work collaboratively together, and this effort in public safety, we're all in it together. We spoke with Captain Williams with Navajo Nation. He also endorsed this effort, knowing the fact that we have to be able to support one another in public safety. Law enforcement with Navajo Nation Fire, Apache County Sheriffs, they're in support of our efforts. And overall, again, we just need the support. We're asking for the support. Again, we're all in this effort for the same purpose for the Navajo people. And that's kind of what we're currently at right now. We do have our units right now that are over 20 years old, and we've been maintaining them, and we've been able to sustain them this far. We currently are in the business to ensure that we provide the most quality care and effort for our people. So with that, Speaker, and also the 24th Navajo Nation Council, that's a little bit of information as far as where we're at. And we've come before you numerous times, and we're here to ensure that we're going to continue to work closely with Navajo Nation and surrounding agencies to ensure that we meet each and every one of us' needs as far as life safety. So with that, I don't know if Chief Woody would like to add additional information to this.
Okay, I know we brought this before the council numerous times. What I get back feedback is that some of the council still feel like we're get funded from the state, which we don't. We rely a lot of our funds from the people that we serve. Unfortunately, we can't tax the people, so therefore we we can tax the people from the business on our end, like Trans-Western Pipeline, El Paso, natural gas. We get money from them. That's how we get our support for our budget annually. So again, none of that money is coming from the state. It's actually from the area we serve, that 1,000 square miles. I just want to bring that to you also, because I still hear a lot of that we get funded from the state, which is not. All it is a subdivision from the state. The state just says, this is how you're going to run a fire district, and gives us the rules, and we go from there. So I just want to make that clear to you guys.
Thank you, Chief Woody. And to add on to that, I know the council had brought forth to the Navajo Nation, or brought forth to the fire district, asking if we've gone before the Arizona representatives to see if we can get assistance, and also Apache County. We did reach out to Arizona State Representative Sosi and also Nigrin. In our efforts, we did get a response back from Representative Sosi. He had stated that he initially was making an effort to provide assistance to fire departments across Arizona. And that effort, it never made it past the majority leader for the state representatives. So, you know, our efforts in this is we're trying in every aspect to seek assistance. We also reached out to our supervisor for Apache County, Supervisor Shepard. In that effort, he did indicate that he would be willing, his team would be willing to assist the fire district in the efforts of trying to seek grants and etc. To replenish some of the items that go onto the fire trucks. But a lot of his fundings that he receives from the state of Arizona are specifically outlined for road constructions. And there's no way to amend that to where he could utilize it towards assisting the fire district. And again, we are a subdivision. And as a subdivision, the funding we do receive, like Chief Woody had indicated, is from Trans-Western Pipeline. That's the only property that is within our district that we receive funding. So we try our best, you know, to seek assistance from other entities, from other sources. The last time we came before council, we did indicate that we were in a situation to where we had to where the Trans-Western Pipeline had taken funding back from the subdivisions like Gonado Fire District. But in the effort of working closely with our state representatives, we were able to receive that funding back and to help replenish the district in a good standing, to show that we'll be able to self-sustain and to take care of these equipments that we receive, you know, from the Navajo Nation. Again, so with that, council, that's gonna it's just kind of be a summary of what we have today. Delegate James, I don't know if you have any more information to share.
I can have done that, Chief Woody. I don't that wait, Mr. Carlo Ronhorse. So should not no seniki base pass on no seniki out a the 1982 yanta a what Gonado Fire District. It's been a very long time since the fire district has been assisting the Navajo Nation. Although since 1982, the Gonado Fire District but they need any space pass on no nation at no seniki. Ni hidden what a job but things and doyanda oka. On late on partners, but not Ango Sanda at Leho, Kodan, Nelcon, hidden as Twido Sani Daco. Halit Echidin that the next go Echino Singla. Chakot Aina Deskit. What I had to find Lenikin Hijana Condoles, Space Master, Anna Lenishinat Ahitanas 20. Thank you very much, Speaker.
All right, colleagues, we do have a motion and we do have a second. Is there? Oh, we do have individuals in the queue at this time. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours. Going to the floor.
Okay, good morning, Celeste Speaker Damon, around the staff, around the corner, Delegate James, the colleagues and the Glenegg for Nomination Council. The amendments, additional Celeste Speaker. I don't know if we're still on the main motion or did we? I know Herman Daniel was saying he wanted an amendment too. I don't know if you recognize that one first.
We're on the main motion. The floor is yours.
Okay. All right, then. So I want to make an amendment to this legislation. And I sent that email this morning to the staff, and I believe it's on that end over there. And it's currently right now at OLC Janesh, Texas Daila. So with that, Speaker, I want to reserve my time. My amendment is for Department of Emergency Management Services to request for 2 vehicles. They've been asking for vehicles to, as we know, they do a lot across the nation for anything from small emergencies to large emergencies that we face across the nation. Their vehicles are worn down and whatnot. They've been trying to get vehicles for their department. So they sent those quotes in as of this morning. So with that, I want to just reserve my time on that one. Thank you.
Time at 3 minutes, 39 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, good morning. 24th Navajo Nation Council. Kodo here. Adonana Kodo Sicilia Kodo. Delegate Vince James Kodo legislation Kodo Hidani source Kodo legislation 0125-21. Even Mexico Kodo Nage Gonado Fire District Ajiki Kodo Adole Bauke Kodo. But Nage adequate sin kita main source Kodo. So Kodo Ecuador need ne. That's Kodo Oi Aki host Ador Nash Kodo named that but Kodo seated and out and alloy Nabaka on this legislation on the rate of Gonado Day of Banabaka so even Mexico Kodo rate I know the rate and that has throughout the Navajo Nation in the area of public safety to lobby and the whole Aronan fire stations that Egi coins says the yabe and the whole Aronan I just want to say thank you to all public safety as that in Michigan his allow Aron that Kodona coins says I see Shan get a destination go don't see I see Shan gets none that what is actually Asagi is all about 6 7 I see again Kodo Kodo Nagata amendment that they sleep is not Kodo ben article Kodo but Nagata I sent some documents to Office of the Legislative Council Kodo for amendment language. Kodo I got a response from them. They're saying that it's going to take a while to come up with the language Kodo for the amendment Kodo. So the Halita these Nathan Soya Kodo Nagay Kodo Nagay Monument Valley to Equaja Nagay fire stations. They only serve on the Utah side, San Juan County, because the fire station it gets under the San Juan County, so they only serve the San Juan County side, the Utah side. The fire station is right on the state line on the Utah side. So if anything happens on the Arizona side, maybe like if for example, if there's like a fire, a brush fire, maybe it's about 300 yards into Arizona, all they can do is just look at the fire from the state line. That's all they can do. They can't go into Arizona because of liability. Even fire to respond into Arizona, all the way to Kiyente Gonada. So Ihota Beban de Shas Steen de Ecuador. So they're still working on the amendment language, like Ecuador. I'll say that what the deal, the deal, then so the amendment had the meta and not. So Ihota Igba the I'll say that we assessment that deal something for you. I don't know about Bandika amendment as what that yeah. So Ihota Beba the Ecuador. Mr. Speaker, reserve time.
Reserve time at 1 minute, 54 seconds. Moving on down. Chairman Nez, good morning. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Ando staff, as well as everybody that's listening. Honorable Vince James, at the Queen name, I should be got Ayo Koro Nenant Adida fire truck ye chagahun the hall G story for the Zungo. Squashing but not on a chat. The amendment cadence obey but not the place to hand. Aja hit a neck at Inigi the Koro and Sasado. It's East Bahania has Aja been a gehegi store to Ishi Ajalan lines and Okrob. Legislation Bahadelia Sabe, then had it Ahina Kedemela as hardness not Dinama this Dinama Din the mail around the hardness not Dina Sabin base of bigger how your Kedigi. Is she behind the note that she Aja a co? I she what over that it least either Nenant Gonado took on tail has Aaron Hebeshma has Anna. Around that the amendments you have up at luck at so I don't know let's just vote on it 2/3 because so guns are in Royal kid but on hit in there I don't know. So I can't once away by state I reserve my time.
Reserve time at 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Otto on the main motion for yours.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you guys hear me? Actually,
Yes.
do you guys hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker. Okay.
We can
thank you.
hear you loud and clear.
Hagoshi, thank you very much for this time. Ado ade ismo agi. Ado kodo shinale. Dashin so ade pe no ninyado ko the content says had aje. Dashin so aje na hat ade bayin kid aje the can't kid had ade. Ako Babin National Ego ko Shanant Rick Yahadnate Honorable Chairman Mayors Krishina Slate o could hold just Ako Bulata Hatahush do Ashanshi Hahat on me Obey Lada Eatlish do Adota Adult for Ego go Naha Yanita Kiss do Ego Naha Nahat Unday the Dodlish Ako Nehedi Kodo Nanahat Hutapa Adigalin Keto Dashin Soto Naha Pick but it's after Alcohol. This is a one-time funding and I believe that we can support and try to get these really needed apparatus and equipment out to our Navajo citizens that live within that area. Ko le look an te lo he todo le ho stanley not talan bicho do e den le besh we todo na to ye na da jade tode nke neke en hit na akeda hat issue shinan ko kodo joba ba ans ko ne ni ko na abe ne je be na sa ti ka abe na I could have be so yeah, I think we can have a separate conversation on those areas we need to do this. Even let requesting that Honorable Daniels and Honorable Stewart combine a separate legislation to request for the fire additional equipment for the areas that they represent. Reserve my time.
Two minutes and 22 seconds. Honorable Elmer Brigade, who are you? Floor is yours on the main motion.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, Chair, members of the Navajo Nation Council, Shapish Bounce, and then the Finnegan, Yat A. Though I wrote that it's not flying or Yat A edition. I wrote Shidado, I wrote Shijedo, Vince James, so Yat A, I wrote Doch. Although your legislation, none in Kinido, that has only based on what came to me, yeah. As a little since your husband, yeah. Quite a young I just keep on the ground. I have a question. What as we sit here, there's a lot of federal fundings, especially with this ARPA fundings that were given to the states and then to other agencies. I hate that they were giving those a lot of ARPA monies. Like from your office, I know that Gonado as a state entity, is there any request that they make through the state fundings for ARPA fundings that I hate that because I've been trying to get some fundings for broadband, but we had some. We did a lot of grants proposal about to all these entities called like BIA grants about that. So they're giving us a good response on the reviewing it and that. So then lately with this water line that I was proposing for, I confronted BIA and Windsor and then Healthcare and also the Browns Coswell monies that they have or Oprah monies that they have. So fortunately, it was funded. The Friday and I was told that the whole $5.7 million was covered it. So I hate Ella. So I was trying to get not really use the Navajo Nation fundings. So I know that there's a lot of agency fundings that's out there. So that out Ella. So I was wondering if how far did you guys went with this requesting for fundings again? Then my last one is Speaker. I don't know who would have the exact amount that I know that for fire department there's some fundings that has been allocated through these casinos that we have. I think it was 2% of funds that was given to for Navajo Nation Fire Department. So I thought I just get how much money was allocated or that was being given from Navajo Gaming Enterprise for fire departments. That would be my question to DOJ or maybe somebody might know about that. So how much was it? So for given to Navajo Nation Fire Department. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Is anybody on from Office of Management and Budget?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker,
Good
honorable
morning.
delegate, and everybody there. This is Lisa Jim with OMB. I am here on the phone listening. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Jim. I was just wondering if you had an answer to that question in regards to the how much funding the fire department, Navajo Fire Department received.
Mr. Speaker, delegates, everyone listening, the Department of Fire and Rescue Services is under the Division of Public Safety. So they receive special revenue funds. Their allocation for FY22 was $8,035,968. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jim. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Vice Chair Smith, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you. Ado Bishma-san, thank you for allowing me to speak on this legislation. Shanandad and Ofinigi, we got to be very careful of what we're doing here. Lady has doja. Che beso inchketo. Ada kushi. Koda katiya. Le teen bain donish. Ero dande. Kotni sese. Ek don hit khazan. Yo let danzen. Ako di de ko. Yedaki sozigi. Oh, you. Whitney Snuggy there. A conda. Later has Dodger. Ate the net, than the clinicy. Ate I off tra. Could they try a educate at inigi? Eben ye a argy yard. But Jabalia. A call the yardigi, a argy seniligi. They're counting the Navajos up here. Nedani clinicy. Oh, you. Quishi. Keda wheat equage. Oko ebet oltra. Shinant adan clinicy. Oko a ajit yalbe the holo. County do. State do. A peso hatotzo. A yal he hatotzo. Lanan sendida. Oko matching that's it all, Nil. Ado dit chide. That's il neo. Heish but chide dole. Navajo Nation ebe beso arginate nilo. Do best eda. Chide argent. That's il ni don't they Arizona property done property a argent dole. Ko shinant ada no senigi. I think the state should really stand up and take this charge. You know, I Gonado Fire Department. I don't live Sanders Perkle Fire Department. I what that though. Okay, on he can doesn't later fire department. If there's a fire, they charge the people. They charge the people for every fire, whether it's a house fire, brush fire, vehicle fire, trash fire, you name it. They will charge our people. Okay, later, Gonado, I think they're going to start doing that too. The fire chief, wouldn't it? Later, done. Nah, those taxes can day later. Everybody now, we're going to charge everybody. You get on need. Okay, quit a she on ya. But we snap. This day, though you have to have net that you get neck could you kid that in. Yeah, that's it. They don't want to report a fire because they're going to be charged, even if you just report it. Bill heists us. I think the Arizona ought to step up and use the ARPA funds that they have got to help their fire department. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Minute, 17 seconds, Vice Chair Smith. My colleagues, I don't have any other further comments or questions in the queue. There was no questions. Back to the sponsor. So let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Stewart, 3 minutes, 39 seconds.
Reserve my time, Speaker.
38 seconds. Honorable Daniels, 1 minute, 54 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Amendment language and the Office of Legislative Counsel. Amendment so that is needed. I support the Gonado Fire Station. According to rape and then that and this but not that it's a nindil after all the amendments language are completed. So it is been discharged with that. So I'm gonna make a motion to table this Narita up to date about the Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Reserve time.
I'll win. What's the time frame, Honorable Daniels?
Yes, so all the amendment language are being drafted without maybe today the Bandi Cup, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
You say, Honorable Daniels, if you say today and then the amendments aren't ready and the vote is taken, we don't bring this legislation back, this legislation is going to die.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, maybe what I can request is recess for 30 minutes so they can work on the amendment language. Mr. Speaker, reserve time.
Mr. Speaker, this is Mariana Khan, Office of Legislative Counsel. May I address the issue of drafting?
Go ahead, Ms. Khan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. The Office of Legislative Counsel will need specific documents in order to draft the amendments that are being requested by Delegates Daniels and Delegate Stewart. This particular legislation involves improving the Sihisin Gonado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan. The particular amendments do not come within the Gonado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan, but are rather for very different geographical areas. This particular expenditure plan does not involve a Navajo Nation in department or division. And so therefore that's why we will need the exhibits A through D and exhibit F, that similar exhibits as A through D and F that are currently attached to this particular legislation with regard to the Gonado Fire District request for Sihisin funding. Mr. Speaker, therefore, the Office of Legislative Counsel will need tomorrow, up till tomorrow, or however long it will take for the requesting delegates to generate those particular documents. I would say tomorrow at the earliest, if not just before the council ends its session, Mr. Chair, to develop those particular documents. Of course, we could work if we had the assistance of agents working with the particular delegates to help us generate those particular documents. But at this time, we do not have those documents in hand to generate the requested amendments. We only have just a couple of the documents needed. We will need to work with the delegate and their agents to generate the remainder of the exhibits needed, because the vehicles that are requested to be purchased will not be going to the Gonado Fire Department. I hope that is clear, Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. I will go on mute now.
Thank you. Just kind of understand now. Honorable Stewart and Honorable Daniels, both of yours amendments are outside the scope of the expenditure plan, the CSN expenditure plan that currently is on 0125-21. In order to do that, you have to adopt an expenditure plan. First, you got to build that expenditure plan. So Honorable Stewart and Honorable Daniels, it seems like your expenditure plans need to be built because these two are going to two different agencies outside of Gonado. So with that stating as well, documents are needed additionally in order to get that. So so back to your question or your amendment, actually not your amendment, your motion, Honorable Daniels, about tabling this legislation. In order to table this legislation and have this readily back by today, that's rather possibly not going to happen according to Office Legislative Council. And it just depends on how long it's going to take you, Honorable Daniels, and Honorable Stewart, in order for them to go ahead and get all those necessary documents so that this can go ahead and be moved forward. Honorable Daniels, just take that into consideration when you're making the tabling legislation motion. So I go back to you again. What is the timeline?
Mr. Speaker, perhaps what we can do is put the legislation at the end so we can work on the amendments. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if we can do that with Mr. Speaker. Is that time?
The second task, what you could state is that you table this legislation until the end of table it through the fall session and bring it back no later than Friday. What is this Friday's date? 22nd. Or you could state that you bring it back later, bring it back no later than 30 days, just to be safe as well. Because Daniels, I don't know if you've met with the San Juan County or San Juan County officials. They're going to need resolutions. I don't know if you have that resolution from San Juan County too as well. If you have those documents from San Juan County, in order for them to go ahead and get that information, I don't know if they need to meet or even have a meeting. And that's something that's going to be needed to be in place in order for those documents to be in line, in order for you to have your amendment. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Ecuador. I support the legislation that is before us. Working on with the amendment. I probably need to work some more on getting additional documents from the local chapters from the San Juan County. So moving forward, I'm gonna do my homework. Even though I did some, I'm gonna do more homework to maybe come up with a legislation, a drop legislation, certainly on the Manama Valley Fire Station. So with that said, I'm going to withdraw my request to be equitable, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, so Honorable Daniels is withdrawing his motion to table. Let me continue on down. Chairman Rick Nez, what did Honorable Daniels, you have 1 minute and 2 seconds on reserve time. Moving on down, Vice Chair, our Honorable Chairman Nez, 3 minutes and 21 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council. Pro data saw betan harit ahe nihitaro solsge 0125-21 shanalat e koron nanho ka kohol G's kat data koro. Honorable Stewart and Honorable Daniels, perhaps you can introduce a separate legislation and Honorable Daniels. So I would just say, let's just vote on this and move forward. And then I would like to just waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Speaker,
Thank you very much for that, Honorable Chairman Nez. Honorable Yellow Hair, I will put you in the queue.
Speaker? Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Eugene So. I will put you in the queue.
Let's make a motion to cease debate.
Eugene So, I'm not at you. I will come to you. I put you in the lineup. With that, Honorable Otto So, on reserve time, 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Honorable Otto So, 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Honorable Otto So going 3 times. 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Somebody's talking. Somebody's saying something.
Speaker, this is Edmund Yazzie. I'd like to say a few words on the bill. Sir?
I'll put you in the queue, Chairman.
Thank you.
Moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 17 seconds. On reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker, Nomination Council. I think that citizen is a requirement to match funds. Could that be entertained for the purpose of requested equipment out there? Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time, 56 seconds. We'll go back to Legislative Council to answer that question. Leg Council. Ms. Khan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking for the particular section of the code with regard to the question that is asked. On page 2 of the legislation, paragraph, let's see, page 2 of the legislation, under the authority, oopsie, I see a typo. On line 13, 11 through 13, the language is there, and I will read it. Leveraging the fund by way of guaranteeing loans, match funding, direct funding in part, and other weighted uses of the fund, including loan financing from the fund for purposes in section 2502, paragraphs A, paragraph 1, shall be favored over direct funding in the whole. And so that is your reference to match funding, but it says it shall be favored over direct funding. It does not make a direct requirement that I can see. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'll go on mute now.
Thank you very much. With that, continuing on down, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Floor is yours.
Hello, Yazzie. Good morning, Speaker here. Thank you very much. I supported this legislation, which is now Ms. James, and we should just leave as is. Don't complicate ourselves, add another legislation. Just leave it is. Let's vote on this one here. He sacrificed too long. She's kind of us. Candy, about this. Vote that is legislation. Let's move on. What's about this? I yield my time. Let's talk about the Speaker. Thank you very much. There's no time like that.
Thank you, Honorable Yellowhair. That moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, what was yours? Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
That's it.
Vice.
Speaker. Okay. I'd like to
Yes.
debate. Thank you. Motion to cease debate.
With that, colleagues, motion to cease debate. There's been 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. There's been 9 individuals who have spoken on this. 3 of them have said let it be the way it is. 2 have been identified that wanting to make an amendment, but do support the overall legislation. The 3 who have stated to leave it alone do support this legislation. I have 1 individual opposing the legislation, and I have 2 that have not stated it. At this time, colleagues, the debate has been only going an hour and 5 minutes. With that, I cannot allow us to have a cease debate yet. There's no balance yet. Colleagues, moving on down. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good morning to all my colleagues and all the listeners that are online. Reference to the legislation, I know Mr. James has been requesting this for quite some time, and it brings me a little bit of memory when I had my first legislation for the Rue area 14 years ago, and I remembered it was always shot back. In fact, at that time, it was with the 88 Council. And so I remember colleagues at that time saying, just keep at it. Don't give up. And so I know Mr. James has the intent for his community with this legislation. And so he's been trying for quite some time. And I would ask my colleagues, if the funding's there, and everything's all in line in which it looks like, let's just go ahead and support this, to help one another, to encourage one another. And so I would ask my colleagues, let's just vote in favor of this. We are very fortunate on the Eastern Agency area, McKinley County area, that our fire departments are manned by, most of them are manned by the county with their own fire trucks and fire rigs. And so in this case, it's going to, benefit the community of the Gonado area. So I would like to, I know there was an attempt to seize debate, but my colleagues, let's vote all in favor of this and move forward. Speaker, I do not want to reserve my time, but again, just we'll all vote green to show our concerns of the concerns and to show our support. And so I'll leave it at that. Speaker, sir.
You. Colleagues, I have Honorable Nathaniel Brown up next. Honorable Brown.
Ayat Speaker, Ado 24th Navajo Nation Council, Yat Equegi, Ellen Argent Naholjish, Ado Shea Kudo, and the Hidanesha dice Nelly Aya Quegi, Naha Hadit Zetiba Nahat initiated no, a co Aya late with an exchange, Ajakut Ahon Nini, Aya Delegate Vince James, Shanant Ella Hit Anj Haotzi, a Quebich Hishnet, the name Mr. Singer. Ado She Quegi in the Katos Zindo, the Hala a Quegi in the Juno Behinzi, Nao Kantok Edenini, a co Ishin Bequit Nansis Kesto Leshanant Quegi Nao Kahagi, Bankich Hinzi, Anil Trobeshmans, Ani Kut Hade Zille, Hada the committee that we Kate Hadi Kaho, a Halate at the Neck Kinant Yankich Hanatze. Had she had not had the Nilia. Jug a day could Quegi she has your best hansi cash the best pans and nitlini. Halain hit the neba ditna. A baneta, a dunkel, ado nanishin hana datle. A cohajo bahwins and do Quegi now can lenny ado ben yankano kai. A coho. Shadow did abenash nish a ko a radit ahi na khadinal sos beda na did a khadid inigi ea the babasata late for the nish fire station did not abanate they came to township adik at Navajo Nation Fire ajigi chief chi bitch in dahilna a ko nijono shi dahla a koshi a Quegi Shanant Ashitla Ash and Ninigate Delegate Herman Daniels, she Beshindesh Nashto Quegi Ebehasigi Shanant Ada Isenalt I she Kate Ada di Behazani Hada the Disney Ado Ani Hoshindi Cape Bandi Ka Hagiladi fire station Nahot turnout gear that's a fire truck that's Ajabich in the Alieni that's Ado Kinye Hatahatit any a coho. I do support this legislation. And I will remember all the words that are spoken here from the Nikinant a coho Nijono Behuinzi Eshin. We will support each other as a 24th Navajo Nation Council. So Shikwodo ya. I'm going to ask my other colleagues on behalf of Shananta, Mr. Delegate Vince James, also to vote in favor that we continue to work together. So, and I think that goes in every direction. So I do appreciate Kwegi Ajin Dash Nishi Ado Kano Kaigi. So I'm going to be mindful of that, and that's the reason why I'll be voting green. koho. And the one question is and I will take that information and that's up to us on how we want to create these legislations. So for the people of the community and the surrounding communities of Gonado, from my communities, thinking of my people from Chilchimbito, Danahoto, and Kayenta, and the whole nation, I will be in support and vote in favor. I vote green for this legislation. And then I waive the rest of my time, Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown. That everybody else in the queue, so let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Stewart, 3 minutes, 38 seconds.
Wishing our Speaker, our other colleagues, for this morning. I want to just go ahead and, as you recommended, and as Shana said, I'll go ahead and withdraw my amendment and work on a legislation with Department of United Services on my amendment as well with a different legislation. And with this legislation here for Chicas and then Delegate Vince James, we'll go ahead and go forward with that as is. So I withdraw my amendment and I'll wait the rest of my time.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. That moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels, 1 minute, 2 seconds. Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Kudo, Adonana Kudo, amendment behind us, the medical, so 80 get out. I'm not going to do that amendment, but Kudo, moving forward, I'm going to vote green on this legislation, Kudo, and the delegate, Chairman Yazzie, because she declared tissue box high medical. So when it is that honey chat no you had it lot of shitty that like so the years hello Kodona great and or you got has the Kodo. So Kodona great moving forward I'll work on legislation at the Sahara Nation on Monument Valley Fire Station Kodo to get them a fire truck or echo so they can respond into Arizona all the way to Kayenta. Not past Kayenta, they used to respond all the way up to like Black Mesa. They respond in that so 80 Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 56 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Under this legislation, the legislation says the citizen funds shall be reimbursed in the full amount allocated to this legislation. So we have ARPA funds coming. How do we address that? That's my question. Reserve time.
One second is reserve time. That question back to Office of Legislative Counsel. Why is it? I know that just to answer your question, what we would do is if it was an expenditure past March of this year, which in the case it would be, then what would happen is the allowable costs if it is approved and recommended by Department of Justice, Honorable Raymond Smith, that it's allowable, then what would happen is that could definitely be put into the CHISN and UUF reimbursement cost category that we went over last Friday, and that what we would do is identify that in there. And that's the reason why this language is in there. But that's something that the Department of Justice would have to put upon themselves to see if this is an allowable reimbursable cost. Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Office Legislative Council has anything else to add?
Mr. Speaker, this is Mariana Khan, Office of Legislative Counsel. No, I have nothing else to add to your explanation. It is in line with what I would have said. Thank you.
That, moving on down. Anybody else in
Speaker,
queue?
Question of privilege. Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, question.
Thank you for that explanation. My question of privilege is, could I do a directive on this legislation regarding that citizen reimbursement after we vote on this? Could I do a directive on it? Thank you, sir.
It's already in the legislation.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Thank you. With that, nobody else is in the queue. Back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 41 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, for explaining that, and also Legislative Council. If that is true, and that we can give the legislation to Department of Justice, see if they could get this ARPA funds reimburse the citizen. I know that the fire department is in dire need of this, and I did go to the state of Arizona requesting for help, but I know that this property will be under the care of Gonado Fire District Emergency Expenditure Plan. So, but the thing is, if we could get reimbursed, that would be good. If not, I guess that'd be up to DOJ and how the language is put there. Thank you, Shanada. Appreciate it.
That, colleagues, any other further comments or questions at this time on legislation 0125-21? Went twice. Went 3 times. Let's go to the board on the main motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shutted Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty, and I vote green on the main motion. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Jamie
Henyo votes
Henyo,
green. Henyo
Honorable
votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James, Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So
Otto
votes
So votes
green.
green.
Honorable Daniel So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr., Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Four votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable
Vote green.
Otto So votes Honorable Otto So votes green via text. Honorable Eugene So,
What is the
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you. That, colleagues, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries on legislation 0125-21. That legislation is destined to go across the street to the president's desk from here. That, colleagues, continue on down. Item number B, legislation 0128-21, sponsored by Honorable Halona. Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0128-21, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Navigated Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving $258,512 in supplemental funding out of the nation's unreserved, undesignated fund balance for the Tohatchee Area of Opportunity Services Incorporated to provide transportation services for its clients. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Purnell, Helena. There are 3 committee reports. There is a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that reports a due pass with 1 amendment. Amendment number 1 on page 4, lines 9 through 10, and line 11 on page 5, lines 2 to 3. After the word "the," delete oversight Division of Community Development and insert Division of Social Services. 2 on page 5, line 1, after section delete 7 and insert 6. 3, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraph, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and/or scrivener's errors, to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits effectuate the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. There is a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. There's also a committee report from the Nabaquiete Committee with legislation passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate
Delegate.
Freshnez.
Eugene So. Second, Delegate Daniel So.
Colleagues, thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, this legislation is a 2/3 legislation, colleagues. That there's a motion by Chairman Nez, second by Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Weiss,
Mr. Vice Chair Smith, I have a question.
that, Mr. Alona, 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you, Speaker Chairman. Thank you, all my colleagues on 12th Navajo Nation Council. Have a good day. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day, as well as all the people that are online. Thank you for joining us today, and I hope you're also having a wonderful day. I bring you this legislation for Taos Inc., and it's a legislation to purchase vehicles for them. And as we all know, right today, this is the second time around going into presenting this legislation. The first round was vetoed by the president, and he had his grounds to veto it because some of the paperwork wasn't established right. And that paperwork was established, was a duplicate of a different legislation that was sent to the office that was there for the president to sign on to, but it was incorrect. So now I'm going back and to readdress this issue. And so I ask for all your support, colleagues, to move this legislation along. In the beginning, it was a $400,000 legislation, and the balance was going to go to the House for them to spend as they needed. But this time around, the second time around, the legislation is going for a little over $258,000 for a request for vehicles for its House. And these vehicles are used to assist the special needs clients that are housed there at House in different locations. And the special needs people need to be assisted in doing their laundry, grocery shopping, looking for jobs, going to school. Some of them have jobs they're taken to work and brought back home, and also a lot of the special needs individuals need to be seen by physicians regularly, and so their physicians are basically out in the Albuquerque area and down in Phoenix too, so they have to be driven out there to see a specialist from time to time. So that's pretty much basically about what this legislation is about. It's to assist House to obtain some new vehicles. Since the last time I put this legislation through, Taos has lost 3 vehicles. And it's because the vehicles are just aged and the engines went out. And so presently they have several vehicles left in their that they can be able to use, but they're also getting up in age. And so they're also probably trying to get some more funding later on to assist them. But with the assistance now, they won't have to be looking right away to getting more new vehicles to assist them. So that's pretty much about the legislation is all about. I appreciate you having questions. I'm pretty sure I have my agent on the line right now to answer any questions. If you have any questions for her, Speaker, at the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Halona. With that, colleagues, we do have a motion second. So we'll go to the floor. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours at this time.
Well, thank you, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council. Good morning. My question is on this legislation. How far does the services go and how far does this services render? Is it just within the Tehachapi area, or could it be, is it the Gallup service unit? Because Lupton and Houken, not Udsey area, are considered under the Gallup service unit. If we look at the GIMC, is that permissible for that? That's the question. I heard my time. Thank you.
4 minutes and 28 seconds is your time.
Speaker Freeland.
At 4 minutes and 28 seconds. Oh. That was someone else trying to speak? Was someone speaking? Who? Was that you, Honorable Freeland?
Yes, sir.
You want me to put you in the queue?
Yeah.
That go ahead, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues and staff, good morning, as well as my colleague, Honorable Pernell Halona. Thank you for this legislation. Thank you to the staff at Taos as well. Just to, I don't want to elaborate on a little bit on what Honorable Smith had asked, but Taos is a very unique program, and they provide very essential services and care of our people who are handicapped or dealing with rehabilitation challenges. And I commend this program. I commend all the programs that work with our population, such as this. We have a house here in Crown Point. It's under CCRC, the Coyote Canyon Rehabilitation Center, as well. And to see activities and see how they keep busy and keep the clients busy, it's very worthwhile. And you got to have a very unique program established to serve this population. So I want to say thank you again to the staff at Taos, and I always used to know them as a school for me. I always remember that name. But to the team at Taos, to all of the staff, to everyone that works under, whether it's Taos or CCRC or any programs across the Navajo Nation, thank you for caring for our beloved people. Just to mention what Honorable Smith had asked as far as servicing, and it's a wide range of, I imagine it's a wide range of individuals from across the Navajo Nation that they serve. I don't believe they're only from Tehachapi, but they're probably from all over Crown Point, Shiprock, Chinle, Tuba City, it may be even Houck or your area, Honorable Smith, but they come from all over. And understandably, how the program works and who the population that they serve. There's also the St. Michael's Special Education program there too in Windrock. But anytime we deal with this type of program or this population, I always remember what Otto So had mentioned. We need more services. We need more awareness for this population, and to provide assistance any and all ways that we can. It's a very special population. So I do support this legislation. I do support the programs across the nation that work to serve our beloved Navajo people. So I just want to say thank you, Speaker. With that, I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and waive the rest of my time.
With that, colleagues, we are on legislation 0128-21. I'm Freeland versus time. Let me go back to the sponsor for response to Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to see if I can have my sponsor answer that question for me. I know what the answer is, but I'd like to let her give some insight as well. Dr. Jen Halona, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Council Delegate Mr. Halona.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mrs. Halona.
Okay, in response to Council Delegate Mr. Smith, I thank you for the question, and Delegate Freeland for the support. Yes, TAUS is a very unique program. We provide services to 50 individuals within the Navajo Nation and Zuni area. But in question to how far our services go, we cover Eastern Agency, Chinle Agency, Fort Defiance, Northern, and Western. We cover all 5 agencies within Navajo Nation and external communities, as long as they're referred by Division of Social Services. We cover 27, our individuals are enrolled in 27 chapters throughout Navajo Nation, and they are voting members, all those that are able to. So we have 21 homes, and out of those 21 homes, 7 homes have no vehicles right now. Our vehicles are running, 3 of them are running over 300,000 miles, and 7 of them are running over 100,000 miles. And a lot of our monies have been tied up because of the overtime, because of the pandemic that's been happening. And we have some very dedicated individuals who continue to work above and beyond the call of duty. But our individuals, as Delegate Freeland indicated, go out into the community as part of the community members, and they do a lot of activities, including seeking jobs, and a lot of them have medical issues that need to be attended to. So we're transporting individuals to Albuquerque area, and just as an example, in June of last year, we transported 22 times in 1 month. But this year, in the same time, we transported 75 appointments, and we go anywhere from Fort Defiance to Chinle to Tohatchee, Shiprock, Albuquerque, all of those, depending on where their primary doctors are located at. So that kind of gives you a little bit of more information, because we have to meet their medical appointments. We help them in a lot of the everyday things that most of us take for granted, like eating and dressing, and looking for different activities, attending to medical appointments, taking our medications, and housing and paying utilities. Our program helps them in everyday living, and they are our relatives from all over the Navajo Nation. They're all enrolled members of the Navajo Nation. If that answers your question, Delegate Smith, I appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Speaker Damon?
Thank you very much. Mahona?
Oh, that was just referred to as the end of the presentation there, Speaker.
All right, thank you. I don't have anybody else in the queue, so let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 4 minutes, 28 seconds.
Thank you again, Speaker and Navigation Council, and also Honorable Delegate Helona for introducing this legislation. This is a Tuhatchee Area of Opportunity and Services Incorporation requesting $258,000. And thank you for the explanation. Thank you for providing services. There's going to be 8 vehicles purchased. My question is, what are you going to do with the excess on those vehicles that are in high mileage? What's going to happen to them? Are you going to have a auction sale on them, or are you going to donate them, or are they just going to be parked out in the lot for the rest of the years? Reserve my time on that. Thank you.
Reserve your time, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Go back to you, Honorable.
If I may answer, Speaker Davis.
Honorable Helona.
Thank you, sir. I imagine they'll be used for a certain time frame, but they'll be phased out as time goes by. Dr. Helona, could you clarify that answer for me, please?
Thank you, Delegate Helona, and thank you, Speaker Damon. The vehicles that are in access, we continue to use them because, as I stated before, we have 21 homes, individuals who are residing in those homes, and we'll continue to use them as much as possible until they totally break down. But it's not a replacement for any vehicles at all. The 8 vehicles that we're requesting are for the services that we currently are lacking right now, because we have 8 homes that do not have a vehicle assigned to them. And that includes even our health department helping to transport these individuals to their medical appointments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pat, everybody else in the queue, and go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes, 40 seconds.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Those are basically my questions regarding the Taos. Appreciate the answers, and I'll go ahead and defer my time. Yeah.
Thank you. My colleagues, everybody else ready to vote on legislation 0128-21? Or twice. 3 times. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green via text. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
This is Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona.
Green. Malone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Inyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate
Honor-
Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Speaker, with the vote of 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Colleagues, on legislation 0128-21. That legislation does go across the street for the president's final authority. With that, colleagues, let's continue on down. Under new business, item number C, legislation 0190-21, sponsored by myself. With that, colleagues, I would like to see, I need assistance from a chair. Madam Chair Charles Newton, Chairman Daniel So, Chairman Henyo, or Chairman Nez. I'd like to take the helm.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Thank you, Chairman Daniel So. With that, Chairman Daniel So, Mr. Lisso will forward you over any individuals that are in the queue to your phone. With that, I'll toss you the virtual gavel at this time.
Okay, it's silly. Do I shouldn't quaggy sato quaggy Aslani Triniki to quaggy Sikado Sidney Sates and a con Linostragi Yat A Michael Snido Listo Consia the Sicily quaggy Sabeta now the Tahe Ye Zengi. To quaggy sabila dollars, Neniki quaggy, she quaggy, Bahwint $8. But our area, the $8. Oh, cool. Mr. Rico, could you read the legislation into the record?
Good afternoon, Speaker Pro Tem, Honorable Daniel So, and members of the 24th Nomination Council. Tracking number 0190-21, an act relating to the Law and Order Committee, Budget and Finance, and Navigated Committees and the Nomination Council, approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $1,244,915 for the Navajo Judicial Branch and $600,000 to the Navajo Election Administration to address fiscal year 2022 unmet needs, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. There are 3 committee reports. There is a committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. There is a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommends a table without amendment. There is a committee report from the Navigated Committee that do recommend a do pass and refer to the Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Okay, Mr. Rico, thank you. Motion Winika.
Second.
Oh. Okay, Honorable Edison Winika, I recognize your motion. Then I think it was the other little brother, Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., to second the motion. With that, council members, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, do I hear anybody wanting to ask about this legislation?
Honorable Pro Tem Speaker, this is Delegate Rick Nez here. I would like to entertain an amendment that was sent by our Legislative Council, Ms. Tapahi. I'd like to make that motion for this legislation, sir.
Before recognizing that legislation, I would like to provide Speaker Seth Damon 20 minutes to speak to the legislation. Speaker Seth Damon, you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. So, Mr. Pro Tem Speaker at this time, and thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Nez, for doing that on behalf of the whole entire legislation itself, to amending or adopting that or proposing that amendment. Colleagues, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Councils, and everybody else listening in, I do have my agent on the line. If there's any further questions, Mr. Stephen at City, and possibly Madam Chief Justice herself, Ms. Joanne Jane. The legislation I bring before you is a legislation that's asking for funding from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance to address the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch's unmet needs. This request is include of the change in fringe benefits and the insurance policy rates. If you see on the original legislation, it's a total amount of $1,244,915. Of this, the total amount of funding is a recurring account, recurring funds, and that's the reason why that there's that language in there too as well. With that, colleagues, there's also an additional amount of $600,000 that we're seeking for supplemental funding too as well from the same unreserved, undesignated fund balance to address the election administration's unmet needs to provide continued election services and facilitation of the upcoming fiscal year 2022's primary election. And you'll see that information throughout the documents as well. This legislation has been going through the process, and what we're here is just to make sure that these funds are appropriate, going through the process to help assist in the shortfall there at the Madam Chief Justice's branch, the judicial branch of the Navajo Nation, and then also to funding the election of 2022 primary election in that amount as well. We did go before the Budget and Finance Committee. There was some suggestions and changes, and actually there's a reduction of funding that the judicial branch is looking at and making that. And it's replacing the amount instead of $1,244,915. Actually only going to need $961,438. I can further explain if Chairman Nez has any further, if there's any questions to help assist them in that amendment too as well, or Mr. Stephen at City is on the line too as well again. But colleagues, I do strongly suggest the support, and if there's any further questions, I'm here to ask on behalf of the legislative branch, and then also we have Madam Chief Justice and her staff too as well, through Mr. Stephen at City. This legislation comes before you. This legislation has been going through the process. So again, I think I'll go ahead and yield to the floor at this time, Mr. Pro Tem Speaker.
Okay, last for the legislation, as per Chairman Rick Nez' request, Honorable Chair Rick Nez, you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Pro Tem Speaker Shana, Honorable Daniel. Hello. Baby Swatiki. I would like to, as I said, make a motion to entertain an amendment sent by one of our legislative counsel, Mr. Pahi. And within that amendment, there are exhibits that also need to be replaced. So if you would, Mr. Pro Tem Speaker, allow staff to read this amendment into the record, sir. I would like to make that motion for Amendment 1. I'll have my agent also, Mr. Pro Tem, my agent will also be Chief Justice Joanne Jane, as well as Mr. Stephen at City. And if I'm allowed to reserve my time, I would like to do that, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Your reserve time is 4 minutes and 7 seconds. In that regard, let me go to Mr. Rico, then to legislative staff, Ms. Laureline Tapahi. Mr. Rico, guidance on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I do have the amendment. I'll read it into the record. It's going to be amendment number 1. 1 on page 1 at line 15, page 3 at line 11, page 4 at lines 21 and 23. Delete $1,244,915 and replace it with $961,438. 2 on page 3 at lines 9 through 10, make the following changes. Reading the paragraph, the Overstrike Administrative Director of the End of Overstrike Judicial Branch Overstrike has issued a memorandum dated July 28, 2021, attached as Exhibit A, End Overstrike. Insert the word is before seeking supplemental funding in the amount of 3 on page 3 at line 13, add the following new wording. After policy rates, insert see the documents attached hereto as Exhibit A. 4, replace all of the original Exhibit A documents, 8 total pages, with the revised new Exhibit A documents, 9 pages total, provided by the Judicial Branch. 5, replace all of the original Exhibit B documents, 88 pages total, with the revised new Exhibit B documents, 64 pages total, provided by the Judicial Branch. 6 on page 3 at line 17, make the following change. After dated, overstrike August 20th, 2021, and replace with October 13th, 2021. 7, replace the original Exhibit C 1 page with the revised new Exhibit C 1 page provided by the Office of the Controller and dated October 13th, 2021. On page, or number 8, on page 3, line 21, make the following change. After memorandum dated, overstrike August 20th, 2021, and insert October 13th, 2021. 9, replace the original Exhibit D 1 page with the revised new Exhibit D 1 page provided by the Office of Management and Budget and dated October 13th, 2021. 10, replace all of the original Exhibit F documents, 5 pages total, with the revised new Exhibit F documents, 4 pages total, provided by the Navajo Election Administration. 11, on page 4, line 12, make the following change. After memorandum dated, overstrike August 20th, 2021, and insert October 13th, 2021. 12, replace the original Exhibit G 1 page with the revised new Exhibit G 1 page provided by the Office of the Controller and dated October 13th, 2021. 13, replace all of the original Exhibit H documents, 6 pages total, with the revised new Exhibit H 1 page provided by the Office of Management and Budget and dated August 6, 2021. 14, renumber the letter 16 in paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel and the Office of Management and Budget, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and/or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as all such edits accurately reflect the committee's intent in approving the legislation. This amendment shall supersede all inconsistent language contained in the other committee amendment, which amendment shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. Also attached with this email and this amendment are the revised documents, new Exhibit A, B, C, D, F, G, and H. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Committee members, we have, excuse me, forgive me, 24th Navajo Nation Council. We have amendment number 1 read into the record. The motion is by Honorable Chair Ricky Nez. Do I hear a second?
Vice Chair Smith.
I recognize the second by Vice Chair Raymond Smith. Committee members, do you have any questions or discussion? That was once. Twice. And 3 times. Ms. Nota, could you provide the roll call vote? Thank you, members of the Navajo Nation Council.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
I vote green. Again.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Keeners Bakar. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
India votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So.
Otto So votes green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Pro Temp Chair, with a vote of 24 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
Thank you, Ms. Nota. The vote is noted as relayed by Ms. Nota, and we proceed back to the main motion.
Point of privilege, Pro Tem Speaker, Delegate Nez.
Honorable Chair Rick Nez, what is your point of privilege?
I would like to request a clarification on the votes. There was some static. I didn't hear Ms. Nota's final vote. Thank you.
Ms. Nota?
The vote was 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
Thank you, Ms. Nota. So it is a unanimous vote of the Navajo Nation Council, 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Temp Speaker not voting. We go back to the main motion with the amended legislation. Do I hear any more questions, comments? Going once. twice. Three times. Let's go to the roll call vote on the amended. Oh, excuse me. Oh, forgive me, members of the council. Since this legislation has been amended, we go to the second reading. Mr. Rico, thank you for the reminder.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. There is one amendment, amendment number 1, page 1 on line 15, page 3 on line 11, page 4 at lines 21 and 23. Overstrike $1,244,915 and replace with $961,438. Page 3, lines 9 through 10. Overstrike Administrative Director of the Overstrike has issued a memorandum dated July 28, 2021 attached as Exhibit A. After that, insert new word is. 3 on page 3 on line 13, add the following new wording. After policy rates, insert C, the documents attached hereto as Exhibit A. 4, replace new Exhibit A, which has 9 documents. 5, replace new Exhibit B with 64 pages. 6, page 3, line 17. After memorandum dated, overstrike August 20th, 2021 and insert October 13th, 2021. 7, replace new Exhibit C by the Office of the Controller dated October 13th, 2021. That is 1 page. 8, page 3, line 21, make the following change. Overstrike August 20th, 2021 and insert October 13th, 2021. That is a memo issued by the Office of Management and Budget. 9, replace original Exhibit D with new Exhibit D. Memo by Office of Management and Budget dated October 13th, 2021. 10, replace new Exhibit F. There's 4 pages by the Navajo Election Administration. 11, page 4, line 12. Overstrike August 20th, 2021 and insert October 13th, 2021. 12, replace original Exhibit G with new Exhibit G. That's 1 page. Office of the Controller memo dated October 13th, 2021. 13, replace all of the original Exhibit H with new Exhibit H. Is provided by the Office of Management and Budget dated August 6th, 2021. 14, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management and Budget, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation as necessary and appropriate, to correct grammatical and scrivener's errors, to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits accurately reflect the Navajo Nation Council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other committee amendment, which amendment shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Also attached are the revised exhibits A, B, C, D, F, G, and H. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Back to the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Any other comments, questions? If not, then Ms. Nota, please proceed with the roll call vote to adopt the amended legislation. Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canas Bakrati.
Sada, this is Delegate Amber Canis Bakrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas Bakrati votes green. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay.
Okay. I vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay
back on the
votes
line.
green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul McGee votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable
Green.
Raymond Sm- Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Speaker Pro Temp with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker Pro Temp not voting.
Sorry about that. I was muted. Thank you, Ms. Nota. One more time. I was trying to give me the vote tally.
Speaker Pro Temp with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker Pro Temp not voting.
Thank you, Ms. Nota. 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker Pro Tem
not voting. With that, thank you, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, for approving this expenditure. Cecilia, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, I hand the virtual gavel back to you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Oh,
Cecilia.
thank you very much, Chairman Daniel So, for taking over the helm there, Speaker Pro Tem on that last legislation. And thank you, colleagues, for moving the legislation forward, as that legislation was 2/3 vote and goes across the street too as well to the president's desk for final approval. With
Speaker,
that, let's go ahead and
I didn't vote, Speaker. Can I cast my vote?
move on
I'm sorry.
down.
Delegate Freeland. Green.
Freeland. That I did not go on and ask for a motion yet, so you're eligible. Honorable Freeland, voting on the last legislation 0190-21 that changes the vote from 21 to 22. Is that correct, Ms. Elton? Yes.
Thank you.
22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker Pro Tem not voting. That, moving on down. We are on item legislation D on our agenda. Under new business, if you're joining us, we are on our second day of the Navajo Nation Council fall session. We did approve legislation 0125-21, 018128-21, 0190-21, and now we are starting at, what time is it? 12:48 with legislation 0107-21. This is sponsored by Chairman Daniel So, co-sponsored by Honorable Freeland. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record, then we can move on from there.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0107-21, an action relating to health, education, and human services, resources and development, and Nabaquiete committees and the Navajo Nation Council reaffirming the request to the governor of New Mexico to activate the Nadani Development Corporation Molina Healthcare Incorporated Indian Managed Care Entity to increase the medical resources available to the Navajo people during the COVID-19 state of emergency. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel So and also co-sponsored by Honorable Mark Freeland. You do have committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment, a committee report from the Resources and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment, and a committee report from the Napakiete Committee that the legislation was passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, could I go ahead and get a motion?
Delegate Charles Newton motions.
Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton, second. Second by Chairman Henio. Now, colleagues, any comments, questions on legislation 0107-21?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Okay, with that, we do have a question. This is Chairman Daniel So's is a sponsor. So, Honorable Chairman Daniel So, I'll go ahead and put 20 minutes on the board for you to go ahead and present. Chairman Daniel So, the floor is yours at this time.
Okay, Speaker Damon, go siland Honorable Amber Knezwat Pradi. Basically, this is legislation that we pursued many months, and it's related to the approval for the ability for Natani Development Corporation
to basically move forward as the Indian managed care entity. And that particular law had been already passed, and we were at the time pursuing to be the first of 574 sovereign nations, the first to basically undertake the Indian managed care entity within the Health and Human Services Division of the United States government. And in this regard, in that was the Center for Medicare Services. And so we were pursuing before pandemic, and the approval process goes through the state of New Mexico. And there was the aspects of a contract to be negotiated. The state of New Mexico had even established some work groups, of which not only Development Corporation as well as the Molina Healthcare Services had participated in developing the aspects of the Indian managed care entity. And so there was the question of the type of enrollment, active enrollment or passive enrollment. And so in that aspect, there had been some questions, and the office of the president and vice president, basically, when the council previously adopted this action, the council vetoed, or President Nez vetoed, and we pursued an override. However, in regrouping, certain members of the council basically had said, let's try it again. However, in that aspect, the veto message had called for active enrollment. And so that is the new change in this legislation. I have on board here agents Greg Bigman and Jolyn Ashley to talk to the aspects of this revised legislation. And I hope that the president is listening, or his appropriate staff, that so that this legislation can really move forward to getting implemented, because we are facing new surges that will impact the healthcare system. And what this particular aspect of this legislation, it certainly could supplement the level of care that occurs down at the community level, at the Hogan level. That's the part that we really want this legislation to go forward with. And the proposal is that this IMCE has the ability to offer the ceremonial aspects, whether it be the ability to offer prayer, ceremony, and song as part of the mental and spiritual health recovery of the affected members of our community. And so that's the aspect that really is totally different from the seriously affected the or basically no other managed care entity within the state offers those types of services. And so that is the reason why I am pursuing this legislation again. And I would respectfully ask the members of the council to really help us establish and stand this particular aspect of Indian managed care to be of use. With that, I would give some time to my agent, Mr. Greg Bigman. Speaker, back to you.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and go down. I do have Madam Chair Amber Crotty in the queue. Floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Chairman, so thank you for sponsoring this legislation. My question, I want to just focus in on page 4 of 6. I believe it's line 11, and in the findings in the statement, paragraph I and paragraph J both identify powers and authority of sovereign immunity. If I could get clarification, in terms of where we're at, I just don't see any supporting documentation. I do see that there's a response that Navajo Nation does not need to be a party, but I don't see that attached in the legislation. And that was my question for clarification. Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues, and I'll reserve my time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Amber Crotty. 4 minutes and 1 second is your reserve time. Any other comments or questions at this time? There's not. Let me go back to the sponsor. Chairman Daniel, floor is yours.
Speaker Damon Otto, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Sumayaza, Amber Knezbach Crotty. Thank you for the question. As I stated, the implementation aspect is a contract between the state of New Mexico and Nautani Development Corporation. But to provide further clarification and guidance, I'd like to have Mr. Greg Bigman provide the clarification and further answers to that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So thank you, Speaker Damon and members of the council. As for sovereign immunity, how I understand the sovereign immunity here is that NDC participates in Navajo sovereign immunity, but since NDC is a corporation, it's legally separated from the Navajo Nation. And so NDC therefore has the ability to waive the portion of its sovereign immunity that protects the company. And so these Section 17 companies were established under the Indian Reorganization Act. And this was back in a time when Indian tribes wanted to develop but they didn't want to waive their immunity, subjecting themselves to other courts and jurisdictions. So that's the purpose for this waiver of an immunity, is to separate out the corporation from the Navajo Nation. So that way the Navajo Nation can engage in economic development. So that's my response, Chair. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Speaker, that would be our response. Back to you.
Thank you. Sorry, I was on mute too as well. We thank you very much for that response. We are on legislation 0107-21. Back to the main motion. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Any further comments or questions before I go back to reserve time? There's none. We go back to reserve time, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty, 4 minutes and 1 second.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. If I could ask our Chief Legislative Counsel to provide some insight, seeing that she assisted drafting this bill, and if I could get a copy of the January 7th, 2021 memo, that would help me understand what is being, I need to split hairs here because the corporation are we talking about the corporation? The corporation isn't a sovereign. And so sometimes the council does allow them to waive limited sovereign immunity. I just need to be clear on what we're talking about here. So if I could ask Ms. Barbroff to provide that insight, and if staff can send me the memo. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. 3:07 is your reserve time. With that, let me go back to Ms. Barbroff or Ms. Khan.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Ms. Barbroff. I'm back on the line.
Oh, Ms. Barbroff, good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon. So the Navajo enterprises and corporations, entities owned by the Navajo Nation, in their enabling legislation, they are able to waive their own sovereign immunity. Delegate Karate is correct that it is generally referred to as a limited waiver, and their ability, why they even would have sovereign immunity in the first place, it is based on numerous legal doctrines, but essentially because they are operated or owned, by the Navajo Nation, they are covered by the Navajo Nation sovereign immunity. However, the council and prior administrations have limited their ability to waive sovereign immunity to just the sovereign immunity of the corporations and enterprises and such. They cannot waive the sovereign immunity of the Navajo Nation. So if some outside entity determined to sue one of the enterprises or corporations, and that corporation had not waived, and that corporation had waived its sovereign immunity, The only thing at risk would be that corporation's assets. They cannot reach the Navajo Nation's assets. So the corporations don't have the ability to waive the Navajo Nation sovereign immunity. So the waiver here, if there becomes one, would only be applicable to the Natani Development Corporation. Now, going back to page 4, paragraphs I and J that Delegate Crotty identified, the way those interconnect is the state of New Mexico has stated that the nation has to waive its sovereign immunity for this deal. But as the Department of Justice, and actually, if I recall, I don't have the memorandum in front of me, but it was drafted by Michelle Begay at the Department of Justice, if I remember correctly. And they responded back to the state of New Mexico that the Navajo Nation it does not need to be a signatory to this contract. And if they're not a signatory, and I'm going a little bit beyond the memorandum, but if they're not a signatory to the contract, then the Navajo Nation sovereign immunity doesn't necessarily come into play. And so the nation is protected, and a waiver is not required of the nation's sovereign immunity. The Natani Development Corporation can waive its sovereign immunity after taking a number of practical steps, which is informing the nation that they intend to waive their own sovereign immunity. So, Speaker, I think that is. I think I can stop now. Perhaps DOJ is on the line and can talk more about their June 7th memorandum. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Madam Crotty.
Thank you very much, Madam Crotty, and Ms. Barbara, for the response. Madam Chair Crotty, I think I'm just going to come back to you because I don't have anybody in the queue. No one else with reserve time. So, Madam Chair Crotty, 3 minutes and 7 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. And Ms. Barbara, I just want to get concurrence with our Department of Justice if that is because I don't have the document, so I just need some verbal acknowledgement that that is in fact the position of the nation, so that we're protecting our assets as the enterprise develops this IMCE. Thank you, Speaker. I'll reserve my time.
Two minutes and 35 seconds, Madam Chair Crotty. With that, is any Madam Attorney General, Ms. McPaul, are you on the line, or a designee, I guess?
The door. Good afternoon, Speaker. This is Doreen McPaul. I'm on the line.
Okay, I don't know if you heard Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
I did, Speaker. I've been listening, and I think that also Michelle Begay is on the call to address the questions that have been raised today. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Michelle Begay. Ms. Michelle Begay.
Hello, yes, Speaker. This is Michelle Begay.
Okay, hello, Ms. Begay. It's just a response to Madam Chair Amber Cardy's question that was directed to DOJ.
I'm sorry, I just got on the line. Can you please repeat the question? Thank you.
It's actually a confirmation. So does DOJ concur with what Madam Chair or what Ms. Barbroff is stating? I don't know, Ms. McPaul, I don't know if there's anybody else on the line. I hate to have Ms.
Speaker, this is Doreen.
Explain and then Ms. Barbroff explain again, and then for you guys to concur.
Yes, Speaker, this is Doreen. I can confirm that the negotiations that are happening between NDC, Molina, and the state do not involve the Navajo Nation, and the Navajo Nation is not going to be a signatory to that agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. That everybody else in queue. Madam Chair, Amber Cardy, I'll come back to you with reserve time. 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'll waive my time.
Hey, waiving the time. That colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue, so ready to go to
Speaker, I've
board.
got one question. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, go ahead, floor is yours.
I would like to ask, I don't know if I heard correctly regarding the changes that were made, but can I ask why the nation will want to do a passive enrollment? I reserve the rest of my time.
That 4 minutes, 50 seconds. We'll go back to the sponsor. Chairman Daniel, so.
Other members of the Navajo Nation Council, Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, thank you for the question. And it's at the heart of this matter that is before us. I'd like to refer the question to Mr. Greg Bigman for the response.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Speaker Damon and Madam Chair Charles Newton for the question. This question, the reason why in the legislation there's a shift from passive enrollment to active enrollment is to accommodate some of the requests in order to help the legislation push through. But the Molina Healthcare, they're willing to help engage and do a lot of outreach in order to help support passive enrollment as well. But in my opinion, to do passive enrollment, in my opinion, active enrollment, in my opinion, passive enrollment is a lot better. And the reason why here is because when you look at why the intention of why you're creating an IMCO, one of it is years ago, they created IMCO because they didn't want to release Medicaids from the state Medicaid and Medicare funds to the tribal nation. So they negotiated and they said, we'll come up with the Indian healthcare organization so that way you guys can develop your own healthcare system. And so what they did in that provision is that they changed the enrollment, what they provide in funding for Medicaid, Medicare up to 100% for these organizations. So when you look at why you don't see a lot of development on Navajo is because of the poor infrastructure with our healthcare. And so this was an initiative in order to help spur that development on Indian country. So passive enrollment is a lot better in terms of what it will provide for our nation, because it will provide 100% funding for Native Americans, Navajos in particular, that participate within this Medicaid MCO plan. So active enrollment would actually not, well, just take more time for the services and that funding mechanism to be going through. So that concludes my answer, Chair, and I hope this addresses your question. Thank you.
Cecilia Speaker Damon, that would be our response.
Very much, Chairman Daniel. So that We'll go back to the floor. Honorable Elmer McGee, floor is yours. Honorable Elmer McGee. On the main motion. Honorable Elmer McGee going twice.
Speaker, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Chad, Shaway, I don't the members of the Navajo Nation Council. I don't the Kadona Shaway, Delegate Daniel So, sponsor and director the legislation. I don't the Kadona Shinadot, Mr. Brett Bigwater. So, yeah, so, my question goes to, I know that we talked about it before regarding the, how we can be involving the native medicine and also the traditional counseling and also the ceremonies regarding health. Okay, I don't know if you can give me a good plan. I know that we're talking about it. And I think there's ways to start involving the Navajo Coffee Association. Though I don't think there's the Medicine Association. I think I need to see a plan how you can present it to them, because this Saturday they're going to have a the Navajo Coffee Association meeting here in Dalcon. So we're hosting them here. So I wanted to know that how are you already addressing them, or is there any plans that you have in place? I wanted to see it and you can share it with me. So, Speaker, reserve my time.
Serve your time at 3 minutes and 2 seconds. That, everybody else in the queue, go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Owen, 4 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. So in all honesty, colleagues and also sponsor Chair Daniel, so I'm still trying to understand exactly I guess what this legislation is going to do. I know that there's some positive things that will come out for the Navajo Nation, and also specifically for those living in New Mexico. So I think that needs to be made clear, is that this legislation affects those who are in New Mexico. I don't think that it affects the Navajos who are living in Arizona. And I just want to get clarification on that. Can I get some clarification? I reserve the rest of my time.
4 minutes and 8 seconds. Let me go back to the sponsor. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Oh, Speaker, though, members of the Navajo Nation Council, Ado Shaja, Iquaki, Sabetan Hadit, Aniki, Nia ye yet the cotton ye, I don't know, sky. Jokon the Quaggy, the previous, the leadership of the Navajo Association has changed. The previous folks that were in the leadership by previous actions had supported our work. This particular aspect, should die. Mr. Dennison sits on the Not Only Development Corporation. And so his guidance is, and he's a distinguished practitioner, a ceremonial leader, and his guidance is a part of the work that we're pushing forward. That is that aspect that will continue, although she has a Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. And again, it's the main aspect is, yes, there are many managed care entities operating within the state of New Mexico that provide services. And they bill Medicaid, Medicare through the state of New Mexico because they are authorized through the New Mexico Public Regulatory Commission. These are outside entities that don't bring revenue to the Navajo Nation. They operate with their return on their investment to make their corporations bigger and better. And there is no return to the Navajo Nation. And in that aspect, this entity that we're talking about, Nautani Development Corporation, with the advice of Molina Healthcare Corporation, will return investments to the Navajo Nation. That the amount of investments will totally depend on the enrollment as well as the level of care that would be provided. And in that aspect, then the return on an investment will accrue to the Navajo Nation. And it won't be what may I refer to the other corporations as a ship that never docks on the ports of the Navajo Nation. So in that respect, in the way that the Nautani Development Corporation was formed was to create and provide revenues to the Navajo Nation. And again, the question is, how much is it going to be on a yearly basis? As a startup corporation, those types of questions cannot be firmly answered until the contract with the state of New Mexico is entered into, and until the corporation, along with Molina Healthcare, stand up to provide this supplementary healthcare services. Speaker, that would be our answer to the questions by the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the floor. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time on legislation 0107-21. Honorable Elmer Begay, 3 minutes and 2 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, down. Yeah. I don't share with they'll get Daniel so yet I don't Jensen other don't just kill. Even on this kid, though a lunch at Anson, I didn't minute كده هو بعدين تسكيس هو هجوش الجودي آثنسون يا إندشني هو خليت يا إيدا بكاء دوسوس إيدا خاصي دان جنيكي كده دام آدي كا ساي يا إيدا تو يا إي members and leader تو ساي يا إيدا تو يا they're not certified but hot end in خاصي دان جنيكي خليت يا إيدا بكاء دوسوس لا بغض بعضه خاص أولي تا اللي بسلحانس متخالطة أنا غدا إلا بسي حتى خالص خليت الخطوات نتلا جهت إبان صح كيس نلاقيكم جهت النبكة أجل كيس اللي أشي بيدو دو خاطة دو أشي إلا خليت تدون through دو سيستم دو بس وإيش ناتي دا كيدو دا هيك إلا خلنا خاطة تدو إلا خليت أن خلطة أجنات آني نسلمي خليت أن خلص كيس دا خالن يكاد توصل جدا نيجي إيه هي هي دي هتو ابن عندش كده شيء ويكو إبكاية is there any plans خليت أبا هنيت إتولس خليت أبكاء توصل لا خالو لا إيه كيس نلشي كده با هنيت إتولس أنا ده بعزة دو كذا إيه خليت إيه بابا هو نوت سينكلو أنا بابا هتو إيه بابي توصل نيت جوت أدي بابان تسكتي ابن أيدش كت نلاقو تو إيه ناقش أدم سند جو بابا ناقش كت يعني صو دشني باش أدم نيكين صو دشني تو با جو بهذا بعض نيك جيك أهون ساكي سيدا أكو شيء وياكو فدا ده ابن عندك كت ناندو ديسكو speaker reserve my time.
Trivia time at 51 seconds. Moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles 7. 4 minutes and 8 seconds. On reserve time.
I guess I don't think I heard my answer or my question being answered. So this what we're passing today is only going to affect the New Mexico Navajos. Is that correct? Thank you. I reserve my time.
54 seconds. Going back to Chairman Daniel So.
Satilla, Autos, and I 24th Navajo Nation Council. Autos is Honorable Elmer Begay. Juti, Escantamon, what she to the more Yazzie. What Saturday go. The Nehat Khasi. Association Asahili. Ako ay tan ajanat ani tan liniki to aje atatan liniki atsin Texan da il to she to calling numbers. Estone de la goshi del to be by young kegi baby to her daughter. Joe Hataya. Alcena Asahili, 8 or nasty stuff. Could Craggy been now hot. On his Craggy been now. 8 what says yeah. Do a stop the Kwajashi as a Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. The legislation, Judicial New Mexico Department of Human Services. That was the contract that was being negotiated, and there was work groups on how to implement the aspects of standing up this Indian managed care entity. So those aspects are to be clarified. It is for New Mexico residents. And until the state of Arizona or Utah wishes to allow these processes to go through, then we certainly would approach them. But in the aspect, Arizona has their Arizona access that provides those types of services, and the Navajo folks may not see it in the way that it is operated in the state of New Mexico. And again, back to Honorable Elmer Begay, the actual contract is still being negotiated. So in that aspect of how are we going to implement the ceremonial and the Navajo way of life, the practitioners, how are we going to work with them is basically still a part of, but we do know that the initial offer of using that aspect has been part of the discussions. So the final contract, I could not tell you what it's going to look like. But the aspect of working with the ceremonial leaders, the practitioners, that's an ongoing aspect of our work. That would be my response, Speaker Damon.
Speaker, just for the put me in the queue.
Thank you very much, Chairman Davis. So with that, go on to Honorable Freeland. The floor is yours.
Okay, Speaker, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, staff and presenter Che, my most honorable, distinguishable Che, thank you for this legislation. The way I understand this concept is this is a real opportunity for the Navajo Nation, first and foremost. Give our Navajo people in New Mexico a choice, a fourth choice right now. Right now they get, if they want to, actually, excuse me, they'll get the fifth choice. If they want to choose to opt into an MCO and managed care organization, they can do that. Or they can stay what is called exempt status, which means they don't have to select an MCO. Department of Human Services Department gives that option to them. They can opt into it. Now, the other three contracted managed care entities are Presbyterian, Blue Cross and Blue Shield, and Western Skies Community Health. This fourth option would be our option of the Navajo Nation MCO. So it's really an opportunity for the Navajo Nation to look at and consider. Right now, those other companies, the other three companies that I mentioned, they are for profit. It's a for-profit status. The boards, they pay dividends quarterly if they make profit, and they do receive profits and they do receive forms in the ways of profitability. So every quarter, if they make a profit, they pay out dividends to whether it's their investors, their board, or even their employees as well. So it's a real, it's a market that's, of course, capitalistic. But for us, we're going to be providing a very unique product. Now, keep in mind that what my brother asked about Arizona, the Arizona Access is watching how this comes about, or how this New Mexico portion of HSD, if it works out well, Access will then look at our potential model on New Mexico side and say, if they're able to do it on New Mexico, let's venture into Arizona, and as well as Utah. I did ask Utah the same question as well. They're going to be watching what happens with New Mexico. So just to kind of give you some insight, Shanantai, it of course, yes, it would be a form of revenue potential for the nation, to the general fund. Like I mentioned to the president yesterday, how are we going to get new revenues? It's a potential source of revenue. But more importantly, it's going to be Navajo owned, Navajo operated, and a Navajo option. A very unique product to offer to our Navajo people. There's about 75 to 80,000 enrolled Medicaid recipients right now in New Mexico. That varies from month to month. So just to give you an idea, a little bit of background on the market itself and how that works. I did do some work in the past with Presbyterian and Blue Cross and Blue Shield. So I know how these companies operate. I know how they operate and how they work. So Eddie, I just wanted to give you a little bit more insight on that. With that, Speaker, I want to go ahead and reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
1 minute, 19 seconds. I don't feel that. Everybody else in queue, we'll go back to reserve time. Brahma Brigade, 51 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Other than the members of the Navajo Council. I don't share where I don't that Mr. Greg Bigman. I don't that we've been sharing each other with trying to get together about making a plan to how could we invite the Nat Coffee Association, what to how we can help them. So area to involve them, and then also Saturday if you can't make it, but maybe send some of your people that you know that can help us to make this plan. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, on reserve time, 3 minutes, 54 seconds.
I'll waive my time, Speaker. I'm ready to vote.
Madam Chair. Honorable Freeland, 1 minute, 19 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll waive my time.
With that, colleagues, have anybody else in the queue ready to vote on legislation 0107-21? Only twice.
Eugene.
Honorable Eugene So.
I was just wondering if a lot of people are talking. I was wondering what happened to our trust responsibility for the government is supposed to take care of us, health-wise. She needs now also for that. So what's the highest shit that one song bomb just case a been half a shot on the genie. The cash in Yado, the Hobbies, a lot of it over the other. They're supposed to take care of our health, with our hospital, anything. What I feel is I don't really concerned about the government's United States trust responsibility to our health. And decomposed TVR so part is certified by the state of New Mexico. The village age in him. I don't registration up on hot and the trade is in it. But there's two hospitals there in Crown Point. I just put on to Gallup and also Chipra, where they have health IHS. I do you see the next and so on this case at all that. I don't want the Highland Yanada okay look and so on. Where the last is clean and so on this case. And we just started council 3 years ago. Thank you, Speaker should say.
Hey, thank you, Honorable Eugene So. Colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? Going twice. Or 3 times. Let's go to board on legislation 0107-21.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kate Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Kate Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Kenneth Barkrati.
Yazzie said it. This is Delegate Amber Kenneth Barkrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Barkrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green via text. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, no, please, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Speaker, with the vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Colleagues, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting, motion carries on legislation 0107-21. Thank you.
Speakers, Doug Inyo.
Yes, Chairman.
It's again, selection of Speaker David, the Fourth Navigation Council. I'd like to suspend the floor rule here at this time to remove legislation 123-21 and 126-21 from the agenda due to the fact that there's a pending directive from a Navajo State Committee for the commission to comply with, and we could just remove it from the agenda until that directive is complied with. That's our motion. We can do.
Hey, Chairman Hino, it's a motion to amend the agenda to delete legislation 0123-21 and 0126-21 off the agenda.
Second by Charles Newton.
Second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That, colleagues, legislation 0123-21, both of these are pointing to the one is Mr. Ansley Morgan to the commission recommendation from the Eastern Navajo Agency Council, and then the other one is 0123-21, 0126-21, which is appointing Mr. Zane James to Navajo Government Development to the term of 4 years. With that, colleagues, is there any comments, questions on the motion?
Speaker Freeland.
Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, I got a question.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, if this motion does pass, do these two legislations stay at council? That's my question. Thank you. I'll waive the
Yes,
rest
they
of my
do.
time.
Yes, they do. It's not referring them, they're just deleting them off this agenda. Any other comments, questions?
Speaker, Doug, so I got a question.
So,
well, the government development, and that is the way I feel that this is going. The government development needs commissioners to be put in place. The government development has issues, has business to do. And I think our job as council is to move forth with confirmation so that government development can move forth with their work, non-response. ko 88 ado AJ commissioners ape ta he ado aj alla ya nani iya da ki a 88 ya ko don he not ani bishwa and we're not the commissioners, so we need to put the commissioners in place so that they can do their duty and their responsibility. If council don't like what council, government development is doing, dissolve it. Drop a legislation and dissolve it. It's easy as that. If don't hear what but I think as our duty, we need to confirm our government service, our government development commissioners to do that, to do those jobs. And Mr. Zane James, who is nominated, and Mr. Enzo Morgan. We don't want to slow them down or anything. So that is just my position. And with that, I reserve my time.
Three minutes, 11 seconds. Colleagues who are voting to delete legislation 0123 and 0126-21 off the agenda at this time. We do have a motion and a second. Is there any further comments or questions at this time? Oh, until the directive is made, is fulfilled, that was made at the NABC committee, which was to have all the government development board members come before the NABC committee. Resign and go back to audible. Autos close 3 minutes, 11 seconds. Reserve time.
Mr. Speaker, is this reserve time?
Yes.
Yeah, no. It did all additional equal not it is in the or when sponge open ego up and on government development is something that we need to keep in place, and it is by law. And I believe the Navajo Nation Supreme Court has weighed in on the government commissioners. So I don't want to stop that process of other than that, just drop legislation so that you can dissolve the commissioners. That's another route to do this by law. But we need to get the commissioners in place so that the commissioners will have a quorum and to do their duties and their responsibilities. As council, personnel issues and things like that. Any personnel matter is not the business of the Navajo Nation Council. I advise that we just move forth with confirmation, not tabling this legislation. With that, I waive the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've had time. Colleagues, again, this is to delete the legislations off the agenda. So at the next Navajo Nation Council session, whenever that might be, if there's a special session, these legislations will tentatively be able to be put back on the agenda. So that, colleagues, nobody else in the queue, no one else has reserved time. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr.
Doug Keith votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Shadid Delegate Amber Kinas-Balkati, I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Bench James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Bench James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Odo So.
I vote red.
Honorable Odo So votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
They vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 14 in favor, 8 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Speaker, point of order. Keelan.
Point of order.
Speaker, I'd like to change my vote from green to a red, voting against the removal of the two legislations,
Speaker. Thank you.
Recount his vote changed from green to red.
Speaker, Vice Chair. So,
That the vote, Vice Chair Smith. I'm voting right now, Vice Chair Smith.
red.
I come out to you.
Speaker.
Hello?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to change my vote to red.
Vice Chair Smith changes his vote from green to red. That, colleagues, with a vote of 12 in favor, 10 opposed, and Speaker not voting, motion carries. Actually, motion fails. All right, colleagues. Motion fails. These 16 votes. That, colleagues, moving on down, legislation 0123-21. Read into record, sponsored by Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Member of the 24th Nomination Council, tracking number 0123-21, an action relating to the Navajo Committee and Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Mr. Ansel Morgan to the Commission on Navajo Government Development for a term of 4 years as the Eastern Navajo Agency Council representative. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland. There is a committee report from the Navajo Committee. The legislation was passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. For Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleagues, on legislation 0123-21, is there a motion? Motion by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Is there a second? Honorable Keelan Begay. Comments, questions, colleagues? We had extensive coverage on this legislation, Robbie. Went twice.
Delegate Charles Newton, I do have a.
Charles Newton, with that, Honorable Freeland, the floor is yours. For 20 minutes on the board for presentation.
Speaker, Honorable Speaker Damon, colleagues of the 24th Nomination Council, staff, all those listening, good afternoon, Nana. I present to you today legislation 0123-21. It is a request, a confirmation and appointment to the Navajo Government Development Commission for the Eastern Navajo Agency representative, Mr. Ansel Morgan. As the speaker did mention, we did have a very thorough, almost a 4-hour debate on this legislation at Navajo. So thank you for all your comments and questions during that time, Shnanta. Today is the final step, and I'm hoping and I'm asking for your favorable consideration of this legislation. I do appreciate the Mr. Morgan stepping forward and his potential appointment as well. I have a lot of admiration and respect for Mr. Morgan. He is a leader in his community as well as the Eastern Navajo Agency as well. He has served in several capacities in the past and brings a wealth of experience and knowledge to the commission. So I do have like I said, I do have an admiration and utmost respect for him and at this time. So Mr. Morgan, if you want to go ahead and just introduce yourself again, Shantai, maybe just talk a little bit about your background and anything relevant to the appointment as well in the commission. So, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Freeland. This is Commissioner Ansel Morgan of Eastern Navajo. And my clan is Najinin Shlohan Soy Bashishchin. Kiani, Dashanando Tobas Aldache. I come from a place called Timber Ridge in Pinedale, New Mexico, and I'm the president of Smith Lake chapter, which is within Eastern Navajo. And been a former commissioner of government development, and also reappointed by the Eastern Navajo Agency Council, which consists of 31 chapters of Eastern Navajo. To represent them once again, and I came forward before you, exercising the protocol, and I did that during Navi, and I appreciate the discussion we had during Navi, and I think we all learned from each other on that day. So today, once again, I'm asking for your favorable consideration to confirm me as the commissioner from Eastern Navajo Agency. Like I said, there's a 12 seat commission, and right now we have only 7 of those seats filled, and minus 2, as discussed it before, there'll be 5. So now, as far as placing commission on the seat has always been a problem. It takes a while. It takes anywhere from a year to 2 years to get somebody confirmed on the commission seat in order for them to exercise their responsibilities. And commissioner from my view, I think the commission themselves are working together. For some reason, there's words out there that were divided. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen any division within the commission. It seems that we're pretty much understand each other, and I welcome everybody, anyone to come to a commission meeting after we do the start going back into like in-person meeting, or any just on virtual. There's a phone call and come on in and join us during the meeting. Because we're there really working for the people. With that, Delegate Freeland and also Speaker Damon, thank you. And I'll conclude my opening introduction.
Mr. Morgan, colleagues, I appreciate the comments as presented by Mr. Morgan Nana. Like he did mention, we do ask for your favorable consideration of this legislation. And like he did mention before, there is a resolution from the Eastern Agency Council in support of this legislation as well. So I want to thank the 31 chapters of Eastern Navajo Agency in support of this legislation as well. So Speaker Damon, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you. That does conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That we have this here. On legislation 0123-21, colleagues, have a motion and second. So I'm going to go to the floor. Hi, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Morgan, for coming back before us. Mr. Morgan and also Speaker and Dana, my issue is not so much what is happening within government development. I believe that we were informed of the power that government development has. My problem and what I'm scared of is the fact that we did go into executive session at one time with government development. And if you look at the meetings of the Commission on Navajo Government Development special meeting for Tuesday, September 28th, 2021, what was discussed in executive session is listed in this meeting minutes notes. And that's what scares me. I was looking back at the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. Rule 23 explains executive session. And so my concern, Mr. Morgan, is you, along with the other board members, violated executive session. And to me, I think that if we do confirm you, that we are allowing as council for executive session to be violated in any case. And I bring issue to this because several times in executive session, I was accused by my colleagues for violating executive session. And so I think it's really unfair that government development had talked about what was discussed in executive session and, on their meeting minutes, and also pointing out the women who spoke about what was happening, which I don't agree to. So if you can explain to me, Mr. Morgan, why you, along with your colleagues, are, I guess, one, do you believe you're above council? And then two, why did you violate executive session? Thank you. I reserve my time, Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Charles.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 54 seconds. That, colleagues, any other comment? Oh, Chairman Henio. Go to you, then I'll go back to the sponsor for response. Chairman Henio.
I cannot stand that. So Speaker Damon, I reserve my time waiting for the response from the center.
Okay, reserve your time. 4:55. That, Honorable Freeland, back to you for response.
Speaker stage, Honorable Charles Newton. Thank you for the comments and questions. I'll go ahead and defer those over to Mr. Morgan for a response. Mr. Morgan.
Mr. Morgan?
Hello. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Now? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
All right. I was talking. Delegate Charles Newton kind of stated that on September 28th, an executive session was violated. And I would like to ask, in what manner was it violated? And I can't really come forward and kind of speculate on what you're saying is violated. Secondly, the executive session is controlled by Office of Government Development. I really have no control. All I do is call in the numbers, and then I don't even run the meeting. The meeting is run by Madam Chair. And if there's any other discussion that needs to be heard, and then it comes from the agenda that is set forth within the executive session. And I think everybody on the commission knows what the executive session is about and how it should be handled.
So hold on. Well, Ms. Morgan, is someone?
Speaker, I raised the point of order 3 times.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I didn't hear that. I'm not. I just can barely hear mumbling in the background. So, colleagues, can you please make sure to mute your phones? And everyone else that's on the line, please make sure to mute your phones. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, there's a point of order.
Yes, Speaker, just my point of order is I'm talking about the executive session that was called by council, not by the Commission of the Government Development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton. The executive order that was called by council, I believe I made it to the first session by calling in, and I never made it back to the second session. And I believe I don't know if there was a third session. So I wasn't part of any other discussion. Matter of fact, I did not make a comment during the council executive session. I only was there the first round, but I got there. I barely got on. The call wasn't really allowing me to get on. So I was late. That's all I can say.
That we go back to the floor Any other further comments or questions, colleagues, on 0123-21? If there's none, we go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newman, 2 minutes, 54 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm looking at the meeting minutes now, and it looks like, Mr. Morgan, you were a part of that meeting. Mr. Siwingawama did state, in a quote, "I was the one who was very concerned to what was said in the NABI and in the executive session." And he goes on further to talk about what was said in executive session, which I don't feel like repeating at this point. But if you look at that meeting notes, it does state again what was said in executive session. My issue is not so much the role of government development and the quasi power that they have. My concern is when we're talking about the sanctity of council and we're talking about keeping things in order within our Navajo Nation Council rules of order, it does talk about executive session. And what I worry about as a delegate is from this point on, is there any reason to go into executive session if we're going to allow board members to talk about what was said in executive session? That's what really scares me, is the fact that we should not be talking about what was said in executive session. So I don't agree with that. And for that reason, I'm going to vote red for you, Mr. Morgan. I don't believe that to talk about what was said in executive session, especially among council. And I hope the board members are listening. And then to be clear for my colleagues, I did request to drop legislation to rescind confirmation for the entire board. So I am exercising my right as a delegate based on the information regarding the executive session, based on the information that's right in front of me regarding the meeting minute notes that are available for the public to read. Again, my concern is that executive session was broken by the Board of Government Development. I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 50 seconds. That, moving on down, Chairman Hino, 4 minutes, 55 seconds on reserve time.
Kasi hela sila Speaker Damon sinanta 24th Navajo Nation Council Kododi by confirmation, and then also the issue that is at hand right now, which is a NABI committee meeting that we had. If you remember, we went to executive session with the Commission on Government Development, asked specific questions. The commissioners were invited and they listened in on the conversations. And it just so happens that at the very next meeting, I guess these issues that were discussed in confidentiality behind executive session were discussed openly. And how we know that is because of the commission minutes. Whoever was taking minutes is a very good note taker and put that as part of the commission minutes. And that's how what's Kodosh Teja, Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton is referring to. And so Kodosh, just to brush it off, to say I wasn't there, and so with this, we should take it seriously and have our Department of Justice take a look into this breach of confidentiality and come back with counsel. It's even that's why there's also a directive from Nabakia that's still pending. So with that, we need to put this aside, confirmations, until we get answers to the serious issue of the breach of confidentiality. With that, Shananta, I make a motion to table this legislation until winter session. Thank you. So, Speaker, reserve my time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Hino. Reserve your time at 3 minutes, 7 seconds. That, I don't know anybody else in the queue, so I'm gonna go back to Honorable Freeland. Oh, shoot, sorry. I was talking to one of our colleagues at the same time. With that, motion to table legislation 0123-21. Until winter session, with that motion by Chairman Hino, on an action related to Navajo Committee of the Navajo Nation Council confirming the appointment of Mr. Andrew Morgan to the Commission of Navajo Government Development for a term of 4 years as the Eastern Navajo Agency Council representative. That, colleagues, this legislation 0123-21's a motion to be tabled until winter session. Is there a second?
Second by Charles.
Yeah, by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That, colleagues, there's no debate on tabling motion, but on the sponsor, you have 3 minutes for response to tabling motion.
Speaker, colleagues, thank you, Shana, for your tabling motion requests. Colleagues' concerns as well, and I do respect everyone's input and, of course, your comments as well. And you know, I just wanted to let you know that it is a very serious matter if those comments are true. But you know, I just want to say thank you, Nana Shanta, for putting forth your potential support and how you vote, and we'll move from there and move forward. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Let's go to board. Table legislation 0123-21 until winter session. Vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kate Allen Begay Jr.
Great. Delegate Keelan votes red.
Honorable Kate Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati.
Shadow Delegate Amber Kenneth Bakrati, I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene
Honorable
So.
Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Pernell Halona.
Oh, votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 9 in favor, 13 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Yellow hair votes green. I was on mute. Yellow hair
Honorable
votes
Jimmy,
green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. 10 in favor, 13 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much with that, colleagues. On the motion to table, with a vote of 10 in favor, 13 opposed, and Speaker not voting, motion fails. That, we're back to the main motion. I do have Honorable Vice Chair Slater in the queue. Honorable Slater, on the main motion of legislation 0123-21. Floor is yours.
Table, I don't need to sum.
Thank you very much, Speaker and colleagues. I'm thoroughly confused about what's going on right now. I'm reviewing the Commission on Navajo Government Development's meeting notes, and I see a lot of items that were mentioned on the record by the delegates seeking to table this legislation that are being discussed. So a lot of those items were discussed by our colleagues on the record. So whether they also were said in executive sessions irrelevant because they were stated on the record as well, which means they're protected there. Speaker, I'd also ask you for guidance on what is the protocol? Who can make a determination that executive session was violated, and what are the repercussions? Those are things that I don't necessarily see spelled out within the rules. And then this is talking about actors who are not members of the Navajo Nation Council. We had a presentation earlier today before the council about bullying. And to me, this just seems like a steamrolling bullying attempt, because in these notes, it talks about how commissioners feel intimidated and threatened by council delegates. And I think it's no secret that it's hard to recruit anyone to work for this council in any capacity because of the reputation that delegates have, and particular delegates. So I think we need to be really careful here, because we're just going to scare away any talent or anyone from ever wanting to participate meaningfully in the legislative branch. But if you can answer the question about what is the protocol for a determination on violation of executive session, I don't believe that that is determined by one individual or one person within the council. And then also to explain what the potential repercussions are. At this point, I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
2 minutes and 58 seconds. Thank you very much. With that, that note has been sent over, and I do believe Ms. Dana Barbroff is on the line. Ms. Barbara, if you want to address the question from Office of Chief Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker. There's not an easy answer to that question about how, if there was a violation of executive session rules, how is that violation addressed against commission? Would that be addressed against commission members? And I want to emphasize that I said if there was a violation, and we are still looking into that. But there is a gap in our laws. And so I'm going to try to walk you through this. To begin with, it was a NABI session, a NABI executive session, not a council session. So we would be looking at Rule 22 of the Standing Committee Rules of Order. Rule 22 reads, upon a motion by any committee member, a majority vote of the committee members casting the vote, the committee may resolve itself into an executive session to discuss any business which may require confidentiality or is of a sensitive nature. The chairperson shall direct the meeting place to be cleared, except for such personnel as the chairperson may deem necessary. During the discussion, there shall be no recording and the doors shall remain closed. So I read that to you because what's in your rules seems to only apply to committee members. It doesn't seem to encompass others that were in the executive session. And it certainly does not include any penalties for violation of an executive session by committee members or non-committee members. Then, as far as I've looked through all of the, as I've looked through the code and the ethics laws, what I have found so far is that in your regulations and standards of conduct for elected officials of the Navajo Nation, if you look at Section 5, Section 5 is titled Disclosure or Use of Confidential Information. And that section reads, no elected official shall disclose or use information designated by applicable laws confidential in any matter prohibited by law, nor shall any elected official disclose or use any information discussed in an executive session. When I say there is a gap in the law, as you recognized when I read that, that applies to elected officials. What's missing in this scenario is that the government development commissioners are not elected. They are appointed. So that therein is a problem. There are also some provisions in the Navajo Nation Personnel Policies Manual that somewhat talk about disclosure of confidential information, but the government development commissioners are not per se employees. All commissioners kind of have this strange, they're political appointees, so they're in this weird blank space. I truly do recognize and appreciate the request to council to have DOJ take a look at this issue, and I have actually been in contact with DOJ just as you were speaking, provided them the information that's been provided to me, and I will meet with them later. But so far, and I have been researching this, I have not been able to pinpoint a provision that is directly on point with this situation and would apply to non-elected officials in a NABE executive session. Thank you, Speaker.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Hold on, Ms. Barbara. Point of privilege, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. This is in relation to what Ms. Bobroff was just explaining. In explaining the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, our Navajo Nation Council delegates reserved the privilege and right to ask leading questions.
Barbroff.
Yes, I think delegates can shape their questions as to how they wish. However, they should themselves be careful of sharing what was in executive session during the phrasing of their questions. I hope that answered what you asked. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara, for that explanation. With that, let me go ahead and go on down. I do have Madam Chair Amber Crotty in the queue. Madam Chair Amber Crotty on the main motion of legislation 0123-21.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, sponsor, Delegate Freeland, and looking at this legislation, the nominee has been approved by the Eastern Agency, and looking at that resolution, it did ask that council take action, and that was September 20th. Memos, I want to thank the Eastern Agency officials for assisting the council in terms of determining Mr. Morgan to represent Eastern Agency on the commission. My question is, last week, Mr. Morgan, Navajo Nation President Jonathan Nez, First Lady Cecilia Nez, and myself with Delegate Freeland, we were there to sign the Diné Action Plan. The Diné Action Plan is a comprehensive approach on how to address violence in our communities, how to address alcoholism as a result of trying to numb the trauma and pain. Also looking at then how people deal with their trauma, and that might be through like suicidal ideation or death by suicide. And we included our missing and murdered Diné relatives. That's a high level, very high level in terms of what the Diné Action Plan includes. But in that plan, there's a development of the advisory board, and there's a member of the commission to sit on that advisory board. I would like to get some insight in terms of the commission's actions, if any, on how to address violence in the community. We know that this is not only a public safety issue, but it's what we consider like a family issue and how we can restore our community. So if I could get some insight in terms of if the commission has started to have those conversations. We've been working on the Action Plan for 6 years. And then if not, what information does the commission need? Because we'll be working with the Office of the Speaker in getting the nominations so that we can move forward with this advisory board, so that we can look at these issues and provide systemic solutions for our people. So thank you, Speaker, and I'll reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Now let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Freeland for response. for some questions.
Speaker Damon, members of the 24th Nomination Council, Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Amber Kinazba-Karate. Thank you. I think the questions were really geared towards from Honorable Slater for Office of Legislative Counsel. And I believe the questions from Honorable Karate were for, I believe, the Chief Legislative Counsel or Speaker's Office as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, Speaker, but that was a question related to the commission from Honorable Karate or the development of the commission, where that stands. Thank you.
I think the questions for Honorable Slater were addressed or addressed as much as it could be at this time, but the question that Madam Chair Amber Karate raised, I think, was directly to the potential commissioner.
Okay. My apologies. Okay.
Correct, Madam Chair Amber Karate, is that correct? That's what I heard. See what if there was anything that's going to be happening for the commission.
Yes, Speaker, as a returning commissioner, I needed some insight in how we could support the advisory group who would have someone from the Navajo Nation Government Development Commission on this Net Action Plan advisory board. Thank you.
Turn it back over to you, Honorable Friel.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Speaker, Honorable Karate. Mr. Morgan, did you want to go ahead and respond to Honorable Karate's questions? Thank you.
Okay. This is Commissioner Morgan, and thank you, Delegate Karate, for your questions. A lot of the discussion that comes before the commission is dealt with by the Office of Government Development, and those are the staff that are working 8 to 5. However, some of the responsibilities and the commission, the powers of the commission is basically to develop a series of recommendations and proposals for alternative forms of government and chapter empowerment and other local empowerment for consideration by the Navajo Nation Council. Also, we cannot forget the Navajo people who, by examining and utilizing the concepts of the separation of powers and delegate authority, provide appropriate checks and balances on the Navajo government. Now, your question also dictates to how we accommodate assisting other commission as they develop. So our commission also is responsible to provide short and long-term comprehensive planning, evaluation and development appropriate to further enhancement of the Navajo government that will perpetually accommodate the Navajo people, whether it's at the central level or at the local level, by providing involvement, promote, and the general welfare. These are some of the governmental accountability, integrity, and justice that we have in order. We also have traditional harmony that is like culture, respect, and heritage to protect the personal liberties. So when the commission comes about, and if we want to come and meet and then discuss, there'll be a proposal set forth to the commission as a body, and that would be from the group. And that way, any illustration or any type of presentation we welcome. And based on that, we go ahead and start deliberating on how we can assist that particular presenters and with their requests. It has always come to the commission. It has always been the commission responsibility to try and involve as much of the general public's duties and either seeking certain type of reverence. And lately, we've been really concentrating on only government development. We've been concentrating only on the aspects of changing the local chapters. And that, like I said the other time with Navi, I said we spent a lot of energy on that. We also encourage the public, private, and public organization chapters and traditional Navajo leaders, including native ceremonial practitioners, which they call like medicine man or either shaman, To actively participate and carry out purpose of the commission and to conduct public hearings, the commission shall also give due consideration to traditional values and philosophical views of the Navajo people. We also encourage appropriate educational curriculum designed to educate students. We also do things for our schools, like at the public schools and at the boarding school. And this is like the general public on the governmental development of the Navajo Nation. Of course, we serve as the oversight to the Office of Navajo Government Development. And we appoint the Director of Navajo Government Development. These are some of the things that I'm going through is what we are doing at the same time. And Delegate Amber Crotty, I'm not certain if I answered your question, but those are some of the what the commission are responsible for, just kind of like in a nutshell, and I briefly covered some of the responsibilities. Delegate Freeland.
Thank you. Speaker Damon, that concludes the response.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have a new colleague, Chairman Nez. Chairman Nez, on the main motion, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council, Honorable Freeland and Mr. Morgan, the Office of Government Development, the Navajo Commissioners, appoint I would like to just comment on this. I don't have a question. I don't need a response. But my comments, I'm not part of any collusion to create any type of conspiracy or to be part of a group to say no. I don't go there. I don't have any use for that. My concern really is what I had spoken of last week, the 110 chapters in the government reform, reform meaning how do we improve to give a new condition or a new form at the local level. Regionalization by Yatiko. My concern really is the future of chapters. It's almost going to be 100 years here shortly since 1927 when Luke Agency Dohal with Mr. John Hunter, Superintendent Labahasti. My concern is if we're ever going to change something like chapter government, if we just kind of say we shouldn't do this, we shouldn't do that. No, the commissioners, if there's 12 open slots for commissions, I believe that's way too many for Office of Navajo Government Development. Some of these board members across the nation enterprises have like 7 to 5. And I think 12 is a lot. That is way too many. The reason I voted red last week was because I don't agree with chapter officials being on the Office of Navajo Government Development Commission. Yeah. I don't think that person as a chapter official on the commission would be effective to make any type of change at the local level. 2 terms, no. And he's on his 3rd term. And how many of them are on there that are chapter officials? It doesn't make sense to have chapter officials be on the
commission. Just ordinary folks from the community. The government reform. If not, we're just going to have the same government for another 100 years after 2027. So just to reiterate what I said here, I'm not a part of any collusion to be a part of this to try and stop this, but it's just my own vote that I see that I need to vote based on what I am understanding and is before us. So I'd like to reserve my time. Thank you. Do you all hear me? Hello?
Sorry. I was talking to myself. I was on mute myself. With that, Honorable Chairman Rick Nez with a, what was it? 43 seconds, Chairman. Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go back. I don't have anybody else in queue, so let me go back through some reserve time here. Madam Chair Charles Nguyen, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to refer back to the public document. It states that it was shocking and new to me to learn from Delegate Crotty report about a possible relationship between the chairwoman and the director, and which leads me to understand why things occurred and transpired the way they did. That was said in executive session. It's damaging to a woman's reputation and to her marriage. And I hated having to read that onto the record, but it is a public document now. That's what I'm referring to when I say that something was said in executive session and is now on a public document. I apologize, Ms. Dedman, for having to read that. I apologize for sharing that on the record again. And I'm sorry, again, if that comes off the wrong way, but that's what I'm talking about in terms of what was said in executive session that was shared on a public document, page 3. Thank you.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair, Member Crotty, and I need to go ahead, Madam Chair, Member Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to ask our Chief Legislative Counsel, the delegate as an elected leader just disclosed conversations that took place in executive session. I need some guidance in terms of what are the next steps that I need to take in terms of that disclosure. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate
Barbara,
Crotty.
floor is yours.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. If you wish to pursue it, there is as I read earlier, there is a provision in the ethics, the standard of conduct, the regulations and standards of conduct for elected officials of the Navajo Nation. It's section 5. If you wish to pursue something, it would be a filing of a complaint with the Ethics and Rules Office. Thank you, Madam Chair, Speaker.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
colleagues, who did I hear? Someone said question and privilege from Chairman Yazzie. Chairman Yazzie.
Yes, Speaker, members of the council, everyone that's listening. With all this that's going on right now, I know there's so many questions, and it's starting to get, into a legal battle among each other. My question of privilege is that I believe that we need, and should we go and just table this legislation, Speaker? My question is, because of that, can we table this legislation, sir?
Honorable Chairman Yazzie, you can table legislation at any time except for when I come back to you. But at this time, I can't take, you can't motion to table legislation with a question of privilege.
Okay, so put me in the queue box, sir.
Okay. Colleagues, I understand some of the discussion that's going on right now, and I know what the referral is back, the comments on some of the action that's taking place right now, and that could affect the appointment or could be involved in the appointment of Mr. Ezra Morgan on the commission to the Navajo Nation Government Development. We are on the legislation at this time, though, colleagues, and this is an appointment legislation. And I understand that some of these questions that you're talking about might be referred back to that appointment. So if there's questions that you have before wanting to advise or make sure that there's anything further that would not take into consideration of harming yourself or protecting the overall grace of council, please check with Ms. Barbara first, and then after that, and Ms. Barbara, as you all know, have her email, you have her number, and moving forward, I just want to caution all colleagues just to let everybody know that right now we are just commenting, and I just want to make sure that everybody knows that they have that option to talk to Ms. Barbara. But it has to be within the legalities of the parameters, I guess. And if she can't answer the question, I'm sure she can direct you in the right area to get that answer. Ms. Barbara? You gonna say something?
Speaker, this is Ms. Bobroff, and I may have missed that there was a question. I thought it was just discussion, but I did have an amber alert going off here, so I'm not sure. If you could repeat the question.
There wasn't a question, Ms. Barbara. I was just notifying council if there were any questions that they were concerned that they didn't know if they could talk about in open discussion, or if there was any consequences on the discussion, that they're more than able to contact you first and then get that clarification.
Yes, Speaker, that would be fine. I think generally, what I can advise is to just avoid discussing what was in executive session. Thank you. I am available by email. Phone's a little more challenging because I'm on the phone. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Chairman Hino next with 3 minutes and 7 seconds on reserve time.
As to the Speaker, Mission, I reserve my time.
Time. 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Slater, 2 minutes, 58 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you to Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morgan, as you can see, we have a crisis in institutions and government all across the world and in this country, and now it's leached into the Navajo Nation. Judicial runs rampant, it's seductive, and it's killing our democracy and our government. We have Navajo Trumpism, delegates colluding with Facebook bullies to kill debate through demagoguery and populism. And they claim to speak for the people, and anyone who says anything critical of their ideas are labeled enemies of the people. Those people are the enemies of democracy and our government and our traditional ways. What do you think the Office of Government Development can do to combat this? We see this country tearing itself apart, and now we have this being replicated in our own borders and within those who live outside of our borders but are members of our tribe as well. For months now, I've been warning of violence, and yesterday we witnessed that in our capital. I'm afraid we're going to see more because our colleagues and ourselves cannot exercise self-limitation. With respect to government development, we once held our leaders to a really high standard. What can government development do to fix our ethics and rules system? We currently have a colleague who has the most ethics complaints in Navajo Nation Council history, despite only serving in their first term, and openly threatens to sue the government because they're not making enough money on the travel system, despite their last fiscal year's travel budget for their committee being tens of thousands of dollars in the negative. Is that ethical behavior, and what can government development do to restore faith, integrity, and honesty into our political system? What can government development do to raise the level of the discourse that takes place in our government? Is it a structural issue? I think a matter of educating our young people and future generations about how this government works is critical. And I think that your office plays, and your commission plays, a critical role in disseminating information about how our government operates. So I would like you to frame it also as a matter of education. How can the Office of Navajo Government Development work with our educational institutions to explain how the government works so there's less disinformation? Thank you, Speaker. I'll reserve whatever time I have left.
You got 24 seconds, almost there. Moving on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crowdy, 2 minutes and 23 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll yield the rest of my time. I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
Chairman Nez, 43 seconds on reserve time.
I reserve my time, sir.
42 seconds on reserve time, Chairman Nez. We'll go to Honorable Edwin Yazzie and then go back to the sponsor, Chairman Yazzie.
Yes, Speaker and members of the council and everyone that is listening online or there at the council chambers. As we all heard, my colleagues, what is happening right now, with just a lot of questions legally, courts and charges possibly pending that are going to be filed and because of the legislation that we're hearing right now. So in order to save the integrity of what we are voting on, I would like to make the motion to table this legislation, and I know it'll come back during the winter session. By then, hopefully, we can squeeze out and iron out the problems. So, Speaker, I know with the comments and all, but before I make that motion, all the issues that we're talking about ethically and, you know, the respect among all of us leaders starts from the home level. And so I continue to pray that we continue to respect one another and to love one another and to continue to press on. But anyhow, Speaker, I make the motion to table this legislation, sir.
With that, colleagues, there's a motion to table legislation 0123-21 until winter session, sponsored by Chairman Edwin Yazzie. With that, is there a second? Went twice.
Second, hello.
Second by Honorable Helena. With that, colleagues, as per council rules of order, Honorable Freeland, you have 3 minutes as a motion, as a sponsor of legislation.
Speaker Damon, colleagues, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, thank you, Honorable Yazzie, for the tabling motion. I want to just, encourage everyone that we continue to pray and move forward and always think best of what's right for our Navajo people. So thank you very much, Speaker Damon. I'll go ahead and proceed forward, and that would be my response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, go to board. Tabling motion, legislation 0123-21.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Dr. Kell was red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenaz Bakrati.
Senate Delegate Amber Kenneth Walcrotti, I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenaz Bakrati votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Helona.
Laura votes green.
Honorable Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Odo So.
Red.
Honorable Odo So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 15 in favor, 8 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Colleagues, 15 in favor, 8 opposed, Speaker not voting, motion carries. The table legislation 0123-21 until winter session. Moving on down, colleagues. Item number F under new business, legislation 0126-21. It's sponsored by Honorable Edison Manica, co-sponsored by Honorable Slater. Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council. Tracking number 0126-21, an action relating to the Navajo Committee and Navajo Nation Council, confirming the Navajo Nation presidential appointment of Mr. Zane James to the Commission on Navajo Government Development to serve a term of 4 years. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika and co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater. There is a committee report from the Napagieta Committee that recommend it do pass and refer to the Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kealan Begay. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Now, colleagues, any comments or questions? Going twice. Going 3 times. Square board. Legislation 0126-21.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Keller votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati.
Shouted Delegate Amber Kenneth Bakrati, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green, green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote
Honorable-
red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
I vote red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Speaker, with a vote of 16 in favor, 7 opposed. Speaker not voting.
Colleagues, 16 in favor, 7 opposed. Honorable Yellowhair, can you please mute your phone? With that, 16 in favor, 7 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries on legislation 0126-21. Colleagues, that continuing on down. Item number G, legislation 0174-21, sponsored by Chairman Daniel Soes, co-sponsored by myself, Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Slater. That, Mr. Rico, if you can read legislation 0174-21 into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council, tracking number 0174-21. An act relating to health education and human services, law and order, budget and finance, and Navajo communities and the Navajo Nation Council, enacting the Navajo Nation Areas Life Act of 2021, sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon, and co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater. There are committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendments. A committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Resources and Development Committee that recommend due pass with one amendment. Amendment number one on page 4, beginning with line 30, after the words Navajo Nation in the period, insert the following text, new language, underscore, this act does not prohibit the use of commercial tobacco in any business site leased by the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, end of underscore, new language. 2, page 7, line 1, after the word establishment and the colon, delete the words beginning with overstrike bingos, bingo halls, casinos, and other gaming facilities, end of overstrike. 3, page 8, line 18, paragraph B becomes paragraph C, inserting paragraph B as the underlined text as follows. New paragraph B, any business site leased by the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. 4, renumber letters 16 paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. Office of Legislative Services, Office of Legislative Council, and with notice to the sponsor of the legislation are hereby authorized to make technical edits to the legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to the correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits implement Navajo Nation Council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. You also have a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend do pass with one amendment. Amendment number one is to delete amendment number one adopted by the Resource and Development Committee on September 22nd, 2021. The rest of the legislation remains as originally drafted. Two, renumber related succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits accurately reflect the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which amendments shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. You also have a committee report from the Navajo Committee that recommended do pass and refer to the Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion by Honorable Vince James, second by Honorable Chairman Edwin Yazzie. That, colleagues, is an extensive conversation on 0174-21. Ready to vote?
I have a question. Delegate again.
Yes. With that, Chairman Daniel, so 3 minutes on the board, Chairman.
She had last speaker, Cecilia Aro Shanandai, 24th Navajo Nation Council. The Koi Sabetana Horitai Quaggy. So, sto Quaggy motion do second earlier. Do Satoshi Ebenai the kiddo leaks. Even that's a Quaggy. Sato Banan seat or Lake Quaggy. I can't a Navikia kit. I see Anzago Bahwinsti. Do Sani a Quaggy. So 8,000 Lahane. A Kunde. Kodo Ea, Hajo, Bahwanix and Dolly. Do a lay who one has under a Twitter and next to Dolly, he given yet either. He quacky. Ni Washington's Aniki, the initiative. Kinas Naliki, quacky, Navajo peso. Pedal Yaki, Edo to Benacha, his only Nanish, Pedal Yaki, Quaggy, Sato, biggest hit only, Quaggy, Hajoba, when it's in Dolly, the pont, latte, not Disnalie. Well, just show any gate over wind either. Look, just Nahas Aniki, a quaggy, kissed hit the dolly. A job of innocent, Doshi, Hajo, a Dainostra, a could be divisions, programs, departments, chapter houses, enterprises. That's what we're basically be legislating. Foremost is the health of the people, the health of the workforce. Again, to be exposed to secondhand smoke, even though you're a non-smoker, is one that is involuntary exposure, and that's what we're trying to prevent. The other is the fact that it's an exercise of our sovereignty. this is a law that we want. And in that aspect, that's what we wish to achieve. I have on the call Sitsuido Shanala, Dr. Patricia Nez Henderson. I will give her time to also express her position on this particular legislation, speaker, and we would stand for questions after her presentation. Thank you.
Dr. Anderson, where's yours?
Good afternoon, Speaker. Can you hear me? This is Dr. Henderson.
Yes, we can.
Yat Eshinant Yat Eshik E do Shamasana Shiche Shamashaze Shana Shadeja Shaway Shita no Quade Sinos do Shanat Ani the Hehan Kidishin Ku Mr. Long the Quidation is late or Hehan Kidishin could Bandate on the his Ani Bandate on Kachin. The queer she is late 13 years that me because DJ ya Yusuf. You're gonna vote on it. I guess and hit been fit the honey. Called DJ ya I'm in Winslow, Chicago. I have with me the Honorable Council Delegate, my grandfather David Clark, with me, and his wife, Shamato, my staff, and advocates that have been doing this for many, many years. So all hand additional Shiche Kwan Hanyani. He's the former president of the Navajo Nation. I used to hear Nashnishto, the Belhas and the Koho. Do it abandate on John. Anapanat o then Harago Shite Ado, Behas Ani, Quadlon Tato Nessa, Oko ADG or John Kilchihodish. ABNDN is a Benaga, the Navajo Nation passed a policy in 2013. Yeah, the ADG, Abe Tatini, Board of Directors, Akodo. Bilagana benato, anabenato, do quadochol, in that Tadini, Ita, Okoho, Ebena, they're left out of the legislation. On here, let us legislate our own ceremonies. We don't want Navajo Nation government to tell us what to do. Tadini, Ita, Ko Ebena, do Bijit Tabakat, to be legislated. At Andy, they provided a letter of support in an email this morning. Ko Ashwandishnand Tanasinigi Batahanasi. Jo ABND roadman and Nasla, let them legislate that on their own. They have a policy in place. And one of the things that I was told by members of ABNDN is like we lack resources. We don't have enough funding to implement this policy that has been placed upon ourselves. We're working with them on that. Association, the Association should say David Johns. Let us legislate this on our own. We're doing a good job in educating our own Navajo people about the differences between use of zithnut and ceremonial tobacco versus commercial tobacco products. And the former president, and Dr. Anthony Lee, We don't want to legislate our own traditional healers. It's like telling the church what to do, and we don't want to do that. And then the other issue at hand is data. You requested data from us. The importance of Era's Life Act, Era's Life Act of 2021, it's a health policy. It's a preventive health policy. Historically, the Navajo Nation have always had low rates of smoking, cigarette smoking. But because social norms have been changing, and we've discussed this, things are changing within our own Navajo Nation. We look at the Navajo Nation youth data. We know that our Navajo youth are smoking a lot more than they used to. There's other data that is also showing that the younger younger population within our Navajo Nation, the young adults, are also smoking more. These are empirical data. So there's a difference between empirical data and data that you just kind of go, anecdotal data that you just get from asking questions of people just down the street. That's anecdotal data. This data is scientific. It's powered to have a great sample size. So the sample size are really good so that we can make these implications or these references about what things are looking like. So what I sent to you this morning, because you asked about data specifically as it relates to this policy. I sent you and everybody just what we found out on our end in terms of what our leaders think. This is a 5-year study that we conducted among our own Navajo leaders, among our own Navajo people, our traditional healers, and then as well as Navajo specific data when it relates to chronic disease. We're talking about heart disease, diabetes, cancer, asthma. These are all Navajo specific data. The unique thing about this situation is that our rates are smoking. We have the capability right now, this moment, this time right now, to make the biggest difference among those numbers. We have one of the highest rates of diabetes ever. We can turn that around by this policy. I say that because we know more and more that there's a strong correlation between secondhand smoke exposure and development of diabetes, secondhand smoke exposure and cardiovascular disease, secondhand smoke exposure and asthma. The question with Kate, what I sent you is Navajo specific data, empirical data. We can't argue with these numbers. The beautiful thing that will happen is within 5-10 years, these rates will begin to go down because of these strong policies that we're putting in place for our people. Anecdotal data is that data that if I were to go down to Twin Arrows, which I did yesterday, I really enjoyed a nice meal there. The air is nice. I tell you, I really appreciate that. The air is beautiful. No smoke. I had a nice meal, spent a couple dollars, donated a couple dollars to the Navajo Nation Gaming, and I left. And I was really impressed, but I asked questions to the workers, anecdotal data, just asking questions. That data is not really, I mean, yeah, it can shed a light on what is happening to our workers, but I guess I would turn the question back to the Navajo Nation Gaming. They have the data on health claims by their employees. Look at that data. That data will show us what the health claims are for their employees. Is it respiratory disease? Is it due to asthma? Is it due to diabetes, development of diabetes? Whatever those things are, those are the questions that can be analyzed. And I'm willing, I'm a scientist, I'm willing to look at that data for them and look at and provide some direction on how we can turn that around for them. There's no need to introduce another amendment, an attempt to introduce another amendment. Ashwanda, let's do this to protect our people. Isn't Leiden today case? Halahodon needs 10 years, 15 years, 30 years. Away the case dot chilly bad. Could anan hoshka anos scopada is not fine. Shanant Elmer Begay. Shiyash away. You are our council delegates. As an Hudson's on the queer year she is lean. What Anderson Dale Nishots is out by James and Ship. I'm your constituent. Because she away Shiyash Ashwanda. In Habanson case. Dean Harchinik at Aden Darnish. Gaming in Darnish and Juno Bahas Uncut. No exposure to secondhand smoke. That these niece. Every single one of you. This might be my last chance to talk, so I just want to say thank you. Thank you to all the traditional healers that have backed us up for such a long time. I want to thank all the Navajo health workers, the Navajo leaders, all the way down from Honorable Peter McDonald, who has supported us, to former President Ben Shelley, to President Nez, and everybody, Shana, thought Shamashitat, Danosnishik, A Danoslinigit was all again to the Dishnis, was on Yeg on Hiad Dasozon, Quinzad is lean. And I'm just going to close with one quote. I'm convinced that a smoke-free gaming is the future. And the future is always closer than we think. That was a quote by President Kelsey Begay, the late president. So even back then he was supportive. So let's pass this. Let's make history for the Navajo Nation. And I just want to say thank you to all of you for listening. And Janet Nez, Peter Nez, Shanale Husky, Frank Nez, Shanale Sai, Zani Nez, Shamasana, Ramona Grayhair, Shiche, John Scott, Asando, Amado, Azay, and Insla, all again, to the Disney.
Chairman, does that conclude your presentation? Chairman Daniel So. Chairman Daniel So.
Star 6. Sorry about that. Thank you, Dr. Patricia Nez Henderson, the speaker. That would be our presentation, respective of the legislation that we wish to have approved. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, we do have a motion second. Go to 4. Honorable Elmer Begay. Where's yours?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Speaker.
We can
Speaker
hear you.
yourself.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Okay,
Can
thank
hear
you,
you.
Speaker. Okay, okay, I share with Speaker around the members of the Navajo Nation Council. So, yat none condition he yije hold she yije. Around share with delegate Daniel so yat so. Around the agent Lenido Shinalishi so ero listo she aro shige ya eight in aro last year aro hapa hata bachiro thoughts on it. That's my dad's clan, the four clan. So every go ya go ya jagi hot ade ya kaki needles. Aro last she don't know go she jagi nalle errorless. She ya non slidoless. Asagi de ya dan hinnalle glasshit in there whatever shit in as gebahan slot hodging but she sit na jin that she glasshit that nalle oder ja team need niko ko I hot ken ni got ana lala ho I hot ho jo ko shin I want to the kitchen kagi I hot $1,000 I ka I catch ni do ko Arabic de ya aro ashit in the edo around the thought of the net. The other Sweden lake or the Trangi Frank Nair that edo that party than Linda. I think not of the Halon or she than Linda. EG the then Hadan. Go Arabenda who are the hard of Benda on that hold the Shio. It would elo the over the Halia that Esha. So with that, and he didn't need all this. Get need all this. I wrote that it's not. I thought people on the calling. I wrote the ya ben yachto ba inch kahishido. I think Navajo Gaming Enterprise are the only one that contribute $775,000 annually to public safety and also fire department. I need to call the fire department by fire protection. I see the base of Bahat not no. They're the only one that's contributing to this year for all these years since. So right now they contribute $8 million to that. That like based on need this vehicle. Over at Tornadoes, because you can't it. They have 3 drilled wells in the area. Around the now Kidode, there's going to be 2 more. There's going to be drilled. A proposal, yeah. So that's supporting the Navajo water rights. Little Colorado River, LC orbiting. In the we have a data on it saying that we have water rights to this. This is the only entity that supports financially Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund, including the former Bennett Freeze area. So we're believing that $9 million is being the note to contribute into those funds for relocatees and Bennett Freeze area. I'm going to do amendment, Speaker. So I'll give the floor to Larlene. So I want to reserve my time. I sent that amendment to her now. Thank you. Speaker. Hello?
Yes, Honorable Elmer Begay, your reserve time is up 40 seconds. But we don't have any amendment Office of Legislative Counsel, you guys have an amendment? Office of Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker. I believe the amendment was sent out by Laureline at 1:30. I will re-forward it. And Speaker, after it's read, Office of Legislative Counsel is currently having some internal discussions about the amendment, in that it's very, very similar to what was proposed at NABI. There is a slight change, but what was proposed at NABI and then failed. And the only reason, and the reason we're having that discussion is because of 2 NNC 164.810, which states that an amendment approved by a committee shall be included in the proposed resolution. Next sentence, a failed amendment may not be introduced at a council session unless a delegate obtains a written petition in support of the amendment signed by the majority of the members of the council. And as Legislative Council has reviewed this, we think that the amendment is very, very similar, and that 2 NNC A10 falls in, becomes applicable to at least certain portions of this. Speaker, I am going to turn the rest of this discussion to Ms. Khan, who is on the line and has been looking at this more in-depthly than I have. And I'm getting the amendment out to you right now. Thank you.
Ms. Khan?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I am, as Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Dana Bobroff has said, we were, as an office, discussing the language of the proposed amendment. And in our discussions, we realized that this might be an instance in which 2 NNC 164 A10 is applicable, in that the amendment is speaking to the amendment that failed at the Nabik-Iyatiyit Committee. And that amendment at the Nabik-Iyatiyit Committee was to exempt smoking within the casino. And as you recall, the Nabik-Iyatiyit Committee voted down that particular amendment at the Nabik-Iyatiyit Committee. And as my recollection was, a vote of 10-13 was the vote on that particular amendment. As we look at, I don't know if the delegates have the language of Delegate Elmer Begay is providing. I don't know if that's on the screen right now. Okay, there, I guess it's getting set up there. That particular language that is proposed for today is speaking to the amendment that the Navajo Nation council in the Nabik-Iyatiit Committee considered at the previous Nabik-Iyatiit Committee meeting. And the current language that is being posted there includes language such as commercial tobacco used on the gaming floor and any designated smoking areas outside a casino or gaming facility with any business site leased by the Navajo Nation gaming enterprise. It is speaking to, with that language, speaking to the language that was debated by the Nabik-Iyatiit Committee and voted down. If you will, as you are aware, the language which is posted there for your viewing is not exactly the same as the language that was debated on the Nabik-Iyatiit Committee when this particular legislation 0174 came before the Nabik-Iyatiit Committee. The language is not exactly the same. However, there it is, yes, there it is. And the language is not exactly the same. However, in an interpretation of the 2 NNC 164A10, one of the considerations is the intent of 2 NNC 164A10, a failed amendment. And after some discussion among the colleagues, Office of Legislative Counsel, it would to get away, or as you know, 2 NNC 164A10 speaks to a failed amendment, and that a failed amendment cannot be brought up again without a majority of the Navajo Nation Council delegates agreeing to consider it again. And so in our review of the language that is on the screen now, in which commercial tobacco use would be allowed on the casino site, on the gaming floor, and within any designated smoking areas outside the casino or gaming facility leased by the Navajo Nation gaming enterprise. This, in fact, was the purpose of the amendment that failed at the Nabik-Iyatiit Committee. Many hours, a couple hours, I don't know the exact number, the duration of that debate was centered on whether or not the casino would be allowed an exception. And for all intents and purposes, amendment number 1, number 3B, it would appear to me and to be redebating that same primary issue, whether the casino would be exempted. And in our interpretation of 2 NNC 164A10, we look to the language that is before you, the language that failed, and then the purpose of those two, of the language that failed and the purpose of the language before you. And it is our opinion that they are essentially the same, although worded differently. There is one particular part of this amendment, Amendment 1, the one that is numbered 1 on page 1 at line 24, delete 25 and insert 15. That we see as the only essential difference between the amendment that failed at Nabik-Iyatiit and the amendment that is here before you. And we see that as the part of this particular amendment that could be considered today. Again, while it is evident that the language that was before you at the Nabik-Iyatiit Committee is different than the language that is before you on the screen today are different, the purposes are the same in that the casino would be exempted in this from the purposes of from the legislation 0174-21. In a nutshell, that is essentially the reasoning for activation of use of 2 NNC section 164A10, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and I will go on mute now.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, if you can see the Amendment 1 as indicated, the 25 changes to 15 on page 4, line 24 as indicated, but on page, the third item says on page 8, line 17 and 18, add a new paragraph. Commercial tobacco use of gaming floor on the gaming floor and within designated smoking areas outside the casino or gaming facility with any business site leased by the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. That's somewhat, you could say that's kind of similar, but this is the area that's different. It says all the other areas of the casino and gaming floor shall be subject to this act. Well, not that portion, but it says that the exemption shall remain in effect until such time the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise has fulfilled all its debt obligations to the Navajo Nation and Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. As you know, colleagues, there is a debt obligation right now, possibly a little over 200 million, as last I recall. In the NAPKT committee and the RDC amendment, then the one that BNF was struck down, and then we'll rehash that back at the NAPKT committee indicated that gaming was allowed to have it indefinitely. This just says that this shall remain in effect until all its debt obligations are notified. So I think that's where the difference is. So colleagues, on the speaker's ruling is that thank you for your input, Office Legislative Council. The Honorable Elmer Begay, I'll go ahead and allow your amendment without any kind of provisional action. With that, Amendment 1, Honorable Elmer Begay. Sarika, if you read it to the record.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 1 on page 4, line 24, delete 25 and insert 15. On page 7 at lines 1 to 2, delete casinos and other gaming facilities. So you overstrike casinos and other gaming facilities. 3 on page 8 between lines 17 and 18, add a new paragraph B as follows. New paragraph B, commercial tobacco use on the gaming floor and within any designated smoking areas outside a casino or gaming facility within any business site leased by the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. All other areas of the casino or gaming facility shall not be subject to, the gaming facility shall be subject to the act. This exemption shall remain in effect until such time the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise has fulfilled all its debt obligations to the Navajo Nation and the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. End of new language. 4, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and/or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as all such edits accurately reflect the Navajo Nation Council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other council or committee amendment, which amendment shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That on amendment number 1, sponsored by Honorable Elmer Begay. Is there a second? Twice.
Delegate Rick Nez.
Yes. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment 1? Honorable Vince James.
Yat Isnale, Speaker. Ado Kodo Peshman San Miglini Kito Shekha Simplo. Do Kodo Shita, Iya, Amendment Beginning, so the commercial tobacco, A Kodo da Bahnadish Kidole. What is the definition that you guys are using as commercial? Okohalit Enigi Aspetohnila, commercial tobacco. Benina additionally, yeah, quite a Friday at that President Nez, 20 arrows, it's like the place, no. And they the Tati casino floor gone there. I call the sign, that's the town, school, tobacco, no tobacco on casino floor, the Bacao. They were showing up on the screen. Commercial tobacco. Quite the definition. Monitors, TV monitors, and throughout the whole casino. No tobacco, bacao, hot up and nastogo. Non-nego, it's not hot hot up, it's a chill. Commercial tobacco no other quado amendment naning la yana auto lesita asna but neko if you can identify what are your definition, what is the definition of this word commercial tobacco that's within the amendment? Thank you. Reserve my time. Yeah.
3 minutes and 8 seconds. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
This is Del Eugenio.
Eugenio, good afternoon, good evening. Eugenio, floor is yours.
Speaker Damon Nashnanta. Don't 24th Nomination Council that I need to sign get called. D the amendment number 1 again. This on side case Kadeya the COVID-19 pandemic no. So Kodoi even that Sanda at Leha. The Lona do she not istaha. So the restrictions that Hegi. So for the casino gaming operations. So in order for them to open back up, the board itself, gaming enterprise, and the upper management staff put together practices that are there to protect the patrons from this pandemic as far as mitigating it. And one of those restrictions is smoking. Currently, there's no smoking in the casinos. We all know that because of the pandemic restrictions. And how long this pandemic will be with us, it'll be husband. You can't just shut it off and on like next year. Pandemic's over, everybody come back and start crowding the floors again and allow smoking. We don't know that. This pandemic might last for 5 years, 10 years. It'll be husband. So in a sense, what I'm trying to get at here is that even though we have this amendment, it passes, the restriction will still be there as long as the pandemic is here among us, along with these restrictions. So even in Kwagi, what I'm saying is for myself, I will be voting for the amendment, but then again thinking that there still will be no smoking at all between now and we don't know how many years from now.
mask wearing our mask is almost a norm now. Everywhere we go, we start masking up. We have sanitizers that we always put on our hands every time we get back in our vehicle or every time we touch something. So that's what I'm getting at, Shenandoah 24th Navajo Nation Council, that I believe that we should just go to a vote and decide whether this goes green or red. On to the Speaker Damon, reserve my time.
So we're time at 2 minutes. We're ready to go to a vote. Any other comments, questions? None. We'll go back to let me go back to the sponsor first, because I think I don't want to forget Honorable Big Sam's question. Honorable Freeland? Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Okay. I had Speaker, around the members of the Navajo Nation Council, though, yet ito. Around Shidado, around Shujedo, and then without night is kitty, Kahado. Around Ani, a Yahado, Sicilian, Hanazi, they'll get the Hindu, the Johnny, I did today, don't that auto, whatever commercial. Tobacco with the nature, got a smoking by it. Go kick on the honey, Ajit, smoking in the honey. So that by it, in the commercial tobacco. And they answered it that Yapastan, and it be answered be nice. A cigarette, but the needle, now that a I don't know a pipe tobacco. This the jar of a hobby be just into a hood not so this. So that a commercial that identify that Yako. I don't know because I took it out at because that you are that daily Ninigido. I don't say that that either just about the house and the art school of the house and the idiot. So that is next ocean. So he argued in that. So, Guaran the ticket contact of the Schneider chance, Chile has it at Hotonat Otta. He has in Zago, and Nicadia is like that. Just big by that, see clean don't that Otta. Ajde a boldly fashion. Dotana Nitaron the Hanna just got it a hit. Chicadea is Kazat, let out never Nadatski. Just how I die the Cosonada don't know. So I don't need to go to about what's in the shop. It's other Ketzaki, not so. Saving now a teaching it or so. So has other. It is boldly. Speaker.
You. That, Honorable James. Honorable Yelton Q, so I'm going to come back to you. 3 minutes and 8 seconds.
I can't done speakers, those not honestly, those are constant. Of course, that quadro behind the door as K and RE, FK, A, in the of course, it's a Jane because it's go the commercial tobacco, saw the key what are the jack go A, not or he give a hot a call, Joe hot after the Adonana, that just jack, daughter asked the mini get up a hot it only. Ado I gasi kito not oseta yahido alto kon ne dosto go be ba hot eo hot I bigit isti nana ta cigars dot is ne ko kon ne dot be ba hot eo jo pot a kan pikiti tako so hot a ki pa a na ho hospital na ko of course this is do the hanana so there shouldn't be a sign that says no smokeless on tobacco. That means whoever goes in there is allowed to chew skull. There shouldn't be no sign that says no skull can in there. It should be get this vehicle. The wording of commercial tobacco allows our Navajo people, our visitors that do the gambling and go onto the gaming floor. They're allowed to do cigarettes. They're allowed to do e-cigarettes. They're allowed to do the smokeless tobacco. They're allowed to do the pipe tobacco. They're allowed to do the cigars on the casino floor because the wording states here as commercial tobacco. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you. With reserve time at 1 minute, 26 seconds. Chairman Henio, 2 minutes. On reserve time. Chairman Henio.
Oh, this is Kiana Fitsele. Speak David Schneider. Schneider Kodoya Kiana Schneider. Just reiterating again, could dwell the pandemic with the restrictions is in place. There will be no form of tobacco smoking or use of it, which includes smokeless tobacco. And with the notion of saying that those signs should be removed and everything. Yeah, after the pandemic is over, then it calls Shane Daiva Hatologist. And the present times and everybody's listening that there will be no smoking at all at the casino floor. And so I just want to reiterate that. Kadosh Nanta, Speaker Dalen, reserve my time.
1 minute and 4 seconds on reserve time.
Speaker, this is Edmund. Can you put me in the queue box?
Chairman Yazzie, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker, members of the council, everyone that's listening, the sponsor, the agent, and to the amendment sponsor, Mr. Begay. I know this was brought up before during NABI, but the main intent of the legislation is to pretty much say no smoking, period. And so, and like I said, the last statement that was brought up in NABI was, because of finances. And we brought up the point, what is more important? Life, our finances, money, And this is what the amendment is about again. And with all due to respect to our casino management. But as delegates, we also have constituents that work there. And they had made statements that when they, work, there's that smell. There's, even though there's no smoking now, but before the pandemic, and nearly 80% of our casino workers are women, ladies. They are capable of having our future being born. And so it was stated before, we got to protect our young children too as well. And these employees that work at casinos are there 8 hours straight. And remember, my colleagues, they come back to their children, to their family members, where they will be exposed to third-hand smoke. And so, and just listening to the studies, and I know I've done my homework on the effects of cigarettes and cigars. It causes asthma and just a long history of problems health-wise. So my colleagues, what is important, again, what we need to ask ourselves, protecting our future, like we always say, protecting our young ones, and then protecting our people? Or is it the finance with the big old dollar signs? And so I'm going to vote red against the amendment. And I would ask my colleagues if they could do the same. We've heard all our the education that we're getting from the women's rights, from the marches that, which I fully, respect. And the study of, our ladies working, our women working at the casino, again, my colleagues are 80%. And so we should protect them. And so my colleagues, I again would encourage you to, vote red against the amendment. Speaker, sir, I do not want to reserve my time.
Thank you very much, Chairman Yazzie. That, let me go back to sponsor. I have Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So, and then I'll go back to sponsor of the amendment. Honorable Otto So.
Yate, I did, I don't know, do I did, Sunan, do Kodobe has Annie. Kodo, so be not so Kodo, yes, Sunan, Nia. So, this is just a comment, it's not a question. But overall, the has exempted those Niniki Ajabani Yatike. I look at that issue of tobacco, commercial tobacco. And when you look at the commercial tobacco industry, and the fine line of like cigar, the fine line of people rolling tobaccos. Asian. Ada the hadit ada not os yahi anat and the that sin the that be not of be set this ish half on if I went on the casino floor. Who in this will apply the rules and regulation to this law that the council is making? What are the fine structure? Who will be issuing the citation? In the building. Who's gonna implement who's gonna implement and enforce this policy? We intend to legislate policy, but we don't intend to legislate who's going to take care of this matter. This is a health issue. On the main legislation. How will this be put into Title 14? How will And then the other thing also is, how does this affect the individual's right of the right of choice, or constitutional freedoms? Oh, this is a sovereignty issue, and we can say what we want to say and legislate what we want to say. I hope my brother will have his book to issue citations to those smokers that smoke. Go, oh, what happened? Ako na bakiya tiki ade hadit ade kudo table to ni no but that is the but is the. Those were some of my issues, and that's the reason why I voted for the tabling motion, to have a deeper discussion pertaining to this. I don't know kodona to lini batin or the Bashnit Abba Alba Hasinat of Lini, so that it's for long. Crazy idea, not about not of a day, we came here who say. And then Lenny, what are not of Yana said kiss. I go, what are on Sissy's kiss? I go, the Kodoshan and Joban, so kiss, oh, Hajo, not Ayat, Egiyat, Nas, that is. I will sort of this. I'm not gonna waste my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Armada. So, Chairman Rick Nez, on the Amendment 1.
Thank you. Here, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Chairman Daniel So, has Ani, Nahadaliato, Aro, Dr. Patricia Nez Henderson, Yale University, Alon Jonda, Yatkeho, Dainoshka, Doa Nosko, Harchin of Senegi, Jonagoshi Dainoshka, Aro Koro, Shutsula, Omer Begay Amendment in La, Aro Koro Pahata Zihiki. This go overhadest, toy happen I diskita. Ne, a hatnati then he health para hasti in he health. Hanos, she was a chido, eat egg on his can. The Massibescanto on his can. So the McDonald's that I Burger King then his yell, eat on his big hui. I see a kahada eita. Scotcha. Ale guess on your health. And it's ishi, Toshi, Sepiki, and Chiani, Taniki, to I see job on sea case, the door at hotel ze, Naniki physical activity, do you ill either. Ako, Decoro. You send a big Yazzie, take a big Yazzie, Thursday night. Le 20 euros gan get ha 20 euros casino go. Ada dida set the Jossigida is a hell chicken no. Ada made in that seat lane. I think Corona big agent had a hate the casino, but had a hate big agent Yale tico and the other she de Kasa. Ako halet adi nila de casino on Heliat eta do smoke on Heliat eta. Oh jota el Carl Godats at esto Sanant Arnoseniki the legislation Carado Nesto or Todad or Hasti casinos or I say oh don't Hayat eta no by Yatiko Haro that's it end chapters doche in it or less data gaming revenue distribution between Bechiat Estoshin Sunda. Nathan Corrosion and Honorable Chairman Yazzie. Besos Hila Yusipin Yate in Najikospin Yate is life more important than dollars? Is dollars more important than health, human life? A cushion. Should never disney the Nicogo. Dita, بايل كتو خرهيت زيسة نهدن أن لهتا chapters done the deep peso gain revenue nay la or resolution the letter the chapters and say that we no longer want to receive gaming revenue distribution. What option is the best? We had to order that el call the she it option pohonets. John here at a base and had nearly chapters on the 20 chapters. The chapters nedos kit gaming revenue distributions nikhiate dos nosanda don't hiat echo could obes was undid or shiat eta or overdid or cut resolution ki or cut it or don't know baby question that the chapters the inhibited on niskana ni a has sidiki shronast of the shidironast of the corado those hajan are the hash in the hash kasa so شهر أي هذا خوين نحشنا نغيها أفيارة بالكانة ثانية أخوي خد هجن هي هلا بدين no Navajo Nation companion flavor coffee all the things that la not sa things no so I went over to the casino yeah could do chinda well I should chinda do the hajona nista I don't know. Yeah, when I actually don't understand Korea. O could or shin hiban so case and hin holdne. I say health of not be saying. Look at your health. And he's so zigging. I just Nish, are you healthy? Are you eating right? Have you been eating right? Are you healthy? Thank you. Thank
you. With that, let me go back to sponsor for any response. Honorable Elmer Brigay.
Thank you, Speaker. Again, now I don't the members of the Navajo Nation Council though. I don't sapa hati hot ben khao agido ikado aron jano bayada kilo ani bayil tiga ani ya akil ana hadan so the sovereignty bidi nelo so be ni jelo ko ishi hot ashi that area ko aro de ya thank you for all the questions and the comments that were made. So most of the delegates that spoke again, most of the comments that echo. You can't do this. What are they? You can't see it. I think here, in Holding, so I don't know that quite all. Yeah, the Nido, Doshin, I did on Saki, so other base of Necklace, so not illegal, so even Yaho, even Yalia, done 10. Even Yedo, the City, it net that is not hot air of the space of the nation, no, it can there. There could go the Ghana the best of Halonita. As as a base of your Spangida, retirement, the if it's on the art for the year, East Cut or year, national city, the best. If it's on the art, and he could yato be cheating. So that was intent. And how long you see it to make a quick Isha and Isla and he dies there and he only done how long Baban Tarkis and Lego. So at the end, is she at the next door? Call Baban Tikis. I don't see finishing, but then Sakis and Deco. I should not at the end. If you want to gas or what else is she thought that it is so? It is a Ben Hot in Chong, the own Jarada. Well, yes, so gas don't go very simple like that. I don't hint hata or yes, so that's it. I that end level. I don't see the I don't see about this here that you could hold, although I think in Holdley, but it actually bad, it actually go, although here. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That go ahead and have more colleagues in the queue. Honorable Daniels, floor is yours at this time.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much for those chat. I don't know, appreciate the amendment that is before Navajo Nation Council. I don't know, legislation, so the should say, I see what back here, but not to go, by HP, I don't know, that in the case, based on the clinic, I can't lay that, ben dan get this time shipping national. What about the kids? I don't lay made and has it all done. Has and again, they call you that it. But it made Dagish national what Adam, yes, Tito. The Cocodona great legislation could only solve the amendment Eliagi. A call Ayego by Yale Ticodo. I don't know on this side. Chairman Yazzie had Zekodo. Healthy living, healthy food. Yeah, hard see so with I don't know, just as the do it because I see you a bit in the whole day. Nahashine Yosti is a nice dish. Because I had on to the shish. At the year, hit the throughout the Navajo Nation. The year, hit the bootlegging. Nahashine. The big height at a car. Ik can dark. Then not no one go. Though the hats don't have a gut. The Jehelon narrate these border towns. A Hondani. I had a job the way one day. I see though hats don't have domestic violence. Family out up in the I can add each other. Or done has a while you have to be in a hot just about 8 on son about this case, Ethan Hatchin, a Yoshti, like a Hela in his car, in it origation Hatchin, yeah, or Yoshti. It a type of Zehelon to the skill, is yeah, or Yoshti. Say, deal that you got a scar national. So, but could amendment in it's Zagi, a Kododam, she had a read as she asked the shores neto Lesquado. I don't know, Quado, Caban Fiske. The I see Quado a or you can Mr. Hello, you hold just got this legislation. So, Quadona Gata, I'm going to be doing an amendment, Quadona Gata, amendment language, Shahada Dol, Nation from one Fiske, Quado, the Nebajid, Bandil Yale. How she now eat Nation, visit the Yorkness. The neppen up a banana sheet or leash. A coin here, in here, though he hit the nest up and up as again dullness. Haynes and dullish. What Asha? Banfus cases has been looked at. So I'm going to be reaching out to legislative council for amendment language to put this in the referendum in the next voting house in the next election. So you're up on this case, Mr. Speaker, about speaking to the amendment, issuing additionally that a and Quebec holds need to listen and Marseniki. I don't it obey Hahune, so it is what about this. So the never delegation from Iban's case could cut where hold just so it is what about Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Very much.
Speaker, this is Delegate So. Can you put me in the queue?
I will. Let me go ahead and put, thank you, Honorable Daniels. Let me go on down to Honorable Vice Chair Slater and then Honorable Charlene. So, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, the floor is yours on the Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker. In this country, smoking-related illnesses cost more than $300 billion each year, including $225 billion for direct medical care for adults and $156 billion in lost productivity due to secondhand smoke exposure. Those are our casino employees. Those are our people. We have the obligation, the solemn obligation to protect their health and our collective health, our public health as leaders. This council was able to recognize the public benefit, the public health benefit of getting vaccinated and making sure our work environments have vaccinated employees or very strict testing regimes to ensure the health of our work environments and the home life of our communities, because we know that there is a public cost to personal choices. But now that there is a profit motive involved, some of this council is hesitant to support a healthy work environment and a healthier Navajo nation. I have friends and a relative who work at the casinos. I want them to live long, beautiful lives where they're able to enjoy their grandkids, their children, their friends, their community. They should not be subjected to an unhealthy work environment. Their healthcare costs are transferred to the rest of us, to the taxpayers, when they are exposed to secondhand smoke and develop diseases and complications from that exposure. That is how a personal choice impacts the public. So I implore my colleagues to vote against this amendment and to do so for the health and safety of our people. That's what this is. Our workers have rights. They deserve a healthy work environment. They deserve to go home to their children, to their grandchildren, to their friends, to their relatives. Everything that's being said about funding back to the Navajo Nation is purely speculative. There's nothing proven right now, and there are several counterfactuals that are encouraging. The innumerable casinos around the country that are going smoke-free, the ones that are enjoying record profits in a smoke-free environment. Those are the counterfactuals that we should focus on. The next generation of gamers and gamblers, the Gen X, the millennials, and those thereafter, we do not want smoke in our casinos. I want to be able to play blackjack without having smoke blown in my face, without having it around me. Because I want to go home safely to my kids in the future, to my relatives. And I want to make sure that that dealer is able to do the same. So my colleagues, I ask that you vote against this amendment and you support the legislation. Speaker, I'll reserve whatever time I have left.
Minute and 13 seconds. What was Thank you very much, colleagues. Let me go ahead and continue moving on down. Honorable Charlene So.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Shanant, Adult Speaker Damon. Thank you for being with us and our fall session. As we have this discussion, and I did state my point with the previous debate in Nabikia Pit, but hearing some of the comments that my colleagues are putting forth, it does have a weight of where their stance are at. And the main thing that I implore to my colleagues is to listen to your constituents. What do they want? And from gaming. It's not enough to keep the Navajo Nation thriving. The Quishin meal over $100 million at the hand. We have that still in a loan payment. We're thinking about the health impacts of our constituents. And yes, there are other factors that lead to unhealthy lifestyle. But this is a time where we are leaders that we can make that decision to help them and curb this healthy habit and curb this unhealthy habit. And as we proceed with this meeting, it's just kind of outrageous to hear that we are weighing the other factors of death and addictions against one another, while they should all be ruled out in total. And then comparison with smoking, drinking, addictions, it's all bad. It's not just which one is going to kill the person first and next. No, we are in the position again to lead this generation with this vote to protect the future generations. And yes, I can stand and say here that we need to make a change. And I also need to make a change in my healthy lifestyle. But speaking for my constituents, and so many have reached out to me to speak for them and the lifestyle and the healthy future for their children. Smoking and all of that is bad overall. We know that. So why would we support this and again be in favor of making money? That is greed. That is greed, and greed is evil, as we do know in Navajo teaching and in biblical sense and other culture sense. And, doing in a lot of research and biblical studies and whatnot, anger, emotional distress, cholesterol, and smoking are all a footing of the utmost bad to a person in the human body. And across the board, we should all be focusing on ruling that out. Of course, we are facing a pandemic. We are facing that challenge, but we have the authority and the power to make a positive difference right now. So I ask my colleagues that you vote this amendment down, and then we proceed with the legislation as is. And no adding on. We should not be thinking about money over the general wealth, over the general health of our public and our constituents. And not only that, there are relatives, our children. I reserve my time.
One minute and 5 seconds. Go down. Honorable Brown.
Yate Speaker, Ado Sinanta, the Nebanal Ketney 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ado Kwegi, the Mehmet Eliagi, a the Beso, Higiagi si Benina, Quena Halomba Alia. A coho, the best bahas Anankade Neligi, Beso big edit in Aja Nasi Tanigi, Aja Tasatago, a Nihe, did. Quit out, Betol Netadi need. Ala AD Aja, Budget and Finance, the Hasi Tanigi, Jornil into Hail Z Lincoln Nago, the Ajon, the has on go a ya lada, the Benda Alta. A coho, the Yal, Arch eating Kahane at the Nini do hot Eda. Those are false statements. If they are true, I know we're not going to miss out on a lot of money. But if you compare that again, I hate to do this, is that the lives of our Navajo people, especially our employees who have no choice but to work there to bring back funding and have their household. Adigi jen o e sahota. Abahazini and Nahalan. Ako Shisizini don't lego not the skido a they had tweedo sani done. They quite over the weekend at a had Tati at Tasahana, other Tasatanda, other Hashing, so I should not be the not Ohichos eating A question, Naya Hanatsi. Thank you for your invitation to your Delcon area, inviting us to your ceremonies. But I want you to know, Shana, that some of us in our respective areas where we live continue our traditional way of life too. So it sounds like the aja dishes only did at the ninigi kulla hashit abayan but shishes unjige ya the not ocho in sahot commercial tobacco abayel a code the ajigi ban sahake so a the amendment is nahi abad aja ishad ado ashwadashan and khala a the nadan das ka ado ashtan a cigarette package and on bakasa a the cancer do sani da anil kando do tahanisa a koho a the aja the que amendment is nehigi a que peso baka the gaming enterprise has to fulfill all its step obligations to the Navajo Nation, the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. So DDGA but Ajashi Shado Lesh Adoshanant the Kishi so Peggy Hajon the Napa and CK shit Hahut an Saka Lake 2008 the cancer gi I did not offer there's some preventative cancers that can be prevented, and this is the colorectal cancer. A but hello Ladan kidene but is nil ado ashish says ani when I worked on this research on cancer and what causes cancer on the Navajo Nation, I collected data from the KN to IHS with a permission, and I've given presentations on the side effects and the long-term health problems that cause our people. And this is specifically Navajo people. And this is coming from our own database. So with the research that we have done with all the other students, then there's nothing good that we have found that will come from smoking. Nothing good that will happen to our Navajo people. And I'm standing with my people thinking of their health, that this amendment, I hope that all of you, Shananta, will vote red on this amendment. A research del obanek ado the neck etches abahan the snowban nest any a quit abehanaste. So, and I know that my people from my areas have asked me that to support the main legislation without any amendment. Of course, and the she jo at abel indika on so dollar. Yeah.
Chair Speaker.
Thank you very much for that, Honorable Brown. Yes, Honorable Eugene So.
Chair. See, Opa, I think the president is. Yeah, on some seasons.
Peace debate.
Yeah. So, it is not all any to consider advantage in the long run. But for further, now I don't stop that we just is. Consider the other if you have considered the careful visit and so on such case. That's what our grandparents taught us. No to these smoking, gambling, drinking, or further any negative stuff has just coming to pass, and it's involving us now. This is for us. We're taking advantage of our weakness of our people. See, we can't that family. I don't last another car outside. There's a lot of family abuse because of that. That in the other research that energy. So the other researchers, and I just believe my older people. If that's coming to pass, I can see it now, what they meant. So I don't have to make a research. I just have to believe what the people have said. And they are coming to pass, as I said. Even Navajo, to say, I mean, that cardi, these three that she find that she did, we get a whole season and you drink it. Deal, Neil, some more funny, should say, some more. This is what they were talking about. So we're there now. What was some other shit? We don't have no way of making money for our kids, so we have to go to gambling. So we should cost the best of us. So anyhow, over on the Supplemental test case, I'm sorry to say this, but that's what my grandma used to say a long time ago. And I don't have to make a research or study or read somewhere. I just believe the older folks when they talk to me. We're just there now. Should say, thank you.
Speaker, Delegate.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So, with that, colleagues, I'm going to go back to the sponsor, and then I'll come back to you, Chairman Daniel. So, Honorable Elmer Brigay, any response?
Back to Speaker Damon Chairway, other the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Other than Sabah, Zido, other Bayada Kido, Hado, Shinada, nothing else, it's Kedan, nothing, other Shidado, nothing, around the Shidage, nothing, Hado, Bahazido, Unneed Edo, Unneed Bayaskido, Unneed Huteho. Shido, Doido, outside Junido, around the needs answers in the Jot and the Yakoto is a Bansakis in Lego. I think it's actually the need either Bansakis in Lego. I think this the way you grew up, so for that actually, somewhere you have to. So next either Bansakis in Lego. It should be the high Judicial. She audio one then he and so I would say that that the profit, this is not about profit. Showed up on the screen area. So and it basically it's idea. So and it would back to the care of the elders, veterans that are disabled, and then relocatees that then scholarship for youth causes. I call youth scholarship. Say that, but so you can choose instantly. Because say about hands, that the by hundreds of up by you count the base of yards and then you got by Yagi. Because this around the like I said, there was a loan agreement that was made obligated by the Navajo Nation to pay back. It about case and then it was set up by the Navajo Nation leadership to provide interest payment to the Navajo people who needs assistance. So yes, that Lian there. It's in the lady as Elian or it was on the Liagoshi. To Ita national state, Yados Nasan Halens Lincoln. Jaden Nash Ogo, what I the other that had a Hasida, it don't him Hada. Because they are the best on the did us. Every time she did in Jasha, oh, Yena, Nado, and here couldn't general she did in Bernardi, the Dasto, the Bernani Cato, the Jot, you see, then yet, Jot Adia, it's down hot air, Jot Ayapan Saskisico. Either Yato, the Yakan, the Shilo, the Bayaki, or other Shawedo, Daniel So do Kiado Doni So Zido Kiado Rishigo. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Brigade. With that, let me go back to the floor. Honorable Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours on Amendment 1.
Oh, yeah, Chile, Ado, and I 24th Navajo Nation Council, Ado, Chija, Amendment. Nahatalyagi to, Beans, Gito, Quaggy, Sato, Oyaseti, Ado, Sa Hugo, the Ahwint Enigi, Sa Hugo, Orson de Don. Quaggy Amendment, Igi, Beaya, Shea, don't need Otados, Carcotton. Dito Eben Yeta. Do Hashin so the Anna Trust a Nkishia car, not Josh Benia. Jo ya, Sato. A Kissane law, Aso Yahija. Choka no in Shilhone. I just not Josh, you can days, Igi, you see, Yaruta in the Shiki. A cook quacky. Adoko Nihinago and not it seems crazy not just the Yisli to which Lagana a Yisli it's got to when and not to no how she thought the husband Adok at Bena and Nishiki what a cook at Navajo gaming a horse. I don't hit needs let that be so the ne be bata honey nehiki needs ya what don't need nini kissing a zo banso case. To a nana sacho she they cut the door to a quaggy when arrows the chillet on the spanseeki a quaggy she it's another aho quaggy hard aliho a quaggy yahika she don't what don't need the quaggy adults may not play Ashi Aden Shilya Katole. So Ashi the out of peso Yanahin data tole. Jo quaggy a kunde Sato Shaban Siski the queer the sheep the game in Igi Navajo game in Igi Bahas on Elia Nastuk at additionally gate Mahas three late, ni jay late, ni che late, ni nala late. Passing so the saddle leaky on me do then beso pado ne. Days that my kidney is nothing, garden is nothing. Ado quagging days that Ado serious go 8 or in the tank. Ya nakely took at a hot town for gaming. You see, not see the Yale Hanedot as I to be gata. o e enal thain shahayini ko khashin za go hot bel khol gestole e shi to sao to nista ko ado sto ti kwagi peso ya nahin te kisi to ne ko to nista ya nahin te to le ko kwagi khashin so oh yeah on shit
Time.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Colleagues, if there's nobody else in the queue, let me go back to reserve time. I have Honorable Vince James, 1 minute, 26 seconds.
Shahad Nana Speaker, Ado Shinat Arno Shanigi, Bishban Anne, Dos Escohasi, Cloisinos Agi, Quado Shinat Arno Shanigi, Dosin Chije, that beat Asako. Jo Codona, Des Kide, O Commons, it's not Slinko, Oko Ado Laba, not just Kido, just Eastern, Equador, Nifigi, so Hot Ajo, Honel English quite. Dot is a coche adolescent green adolescent ko hala se den handlenigi kodo yina abiskit doles ado hat binya hat in do hat binya hat in la jordan no yin da abiskit ko commercial tobacco la hit aspect niche not in the course is considered a common what it is in the job pistoles. I don't in do not hard is the hard is the goes quite even nice pistoles. Even not just was own side case of the also cheese that the store the cheese base can be cost. I don't know a large exposition to what guys need they keep the green dollars. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable James. Moving on down. Chairman Henia, 1 minute, 4 seconds. Honorable Chairman Henia, twice. Chairman Henia went 3 times. What is that? Moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 1 minute, 13 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to raise a point that this amendment is not about anything other than the financialization of our people's health, because it's conditioned upon the payback from the gaming enterprise of all of its debt and obligations to the nation and to NTUA. We're financializing our people's health. And I just want to highlight that a conservative estimate of costs for those who have coronary heart disease, it's pretty expensive. It's $121,000 over the course of 20 years. For those needing surgery or procedures and ongoing care, the cost could be more than $4.8 million over a lifetime. So those are costs that are transferred to us and to our medical system. We, the Navajo people, are owners, and we as elected leaders speak for our people, the true owners. And today we're going to say that we value life over the almighty dollar. But at the same time, this will save the nation money because we will reduce those costs and that impact to us as a public and as a people. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Slater. Moving on down. Honorable Charlene, so 1 minute, 5 seconds.
Yeah, Nana Shaja. There's just a couple more points I do want to touch up on. I do have a best friend that is battling cancer right now. And she stated that cancer hurts. And with the white blood transfusion, it does take a lot out of them. And the cancer that comes from smoke, secondhand smoke, I would never forgive myself if I were to allow that to happen to my constituent. And right now, in this state that we are in this stage of our political career, you know, we have to reflect back on what we are going to be doing for the benefit of our people. And right now, this is the greater good that we can do for them, looking out for their health. And I do not want to put any of my constituents into that burden, especially a financial burden. And us, my colleagues, please vote red for this amendment and vote green for the main legislation. I'm begging you, let's do this for the people.
My colleagues, I don't have any questions. Back to the sponsor. Ready to vote? I don't have anybody else in the queue. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on amendment number 1.
Honorable Almer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Delegate Keon votes red.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Kanafa-Crotty.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Amber Kanafa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kanafa-Crotty did not vote.
Shouted Delegate Amber Kanafa-Crotty. I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanafa-Crotty votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Lynch James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Lynch James votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Otto So votes green.
Honorable Otto So votes
Or
green.
red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
It's he. Oh, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winnica. Honorable Edison Winnica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
How about red?
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. via text votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 5 in favor, 18 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Colleagues, with that, on amendment number 1, 5 in favor, 18 opposed.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Speaker not voting, motion fails. Point of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newman.
Speaker, I just want to make sure that my vote was counted.
Yes, it was.
Thank you.
That, colleagues, let's go back to the main motion. You have Honorable Vince James on the main motion. And then Honorable Herman Daniels.
Yeah, no, national speaker. Ado siya kahas ng Lopez ang saan ng kliniki. Ado siya kahas ng clinic epic daw. Kodo speakers, I'd like to make a motion to cease debate. That just I recognize the I'm not keeping track of when we started debating or how many yeas, how many nays. Could a motion isla dole. Yeah, it's another speaker.
Speaker should say the case.
We'll start at 3:45. 3:45, 4:45, 5:45. Colleagues, with no amendments that are looking in the future on this legislation that I know of, or Office Legislative Council or Office Legislative Services is known of, there is only one more individual that's in the queue, and that's Honorable Herman Daniels. But there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 individuals that spoke up for this, 3 individuals that spoke up against this. And with the whole entire, we've been debating this for almost 2 hours, close to 2 hours now, 2 hours and 6 minutes, plus the entire time at the Navajo Nation Committee. Honorable Vince James, I will recognize your motions.
Second, Eugene So.
James, motions to cease debate. Second by Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues, let's go to board on cease debate.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Do you have delegates who are wishing to speak? And if so, have you asked if they wanted to yield their time? Thank you.
I have one delegate, Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Daniels, would you like to yield your time?
Mr. Speaker, no, I wanted to make an amendment.
Okay. Well, I recognize the cease debate. That, good board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Duncan Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knafa Crotty.
Senate Delegate Amber Keenan-Swat Crotty, vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knafa Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote Israel, sir.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Pernell Halona.
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote.
Also votes green.
Speaker. Honorable Otto So votes green. That, Mr. Speaker, you have voted
Green.
17
Green.
you have voted 17 in favor, 6 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, 17 in favor, 6 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries on the cease debate. With that, go to board on legislation 0174-21. Well, colleagues, this is simple majority legislation.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul gave votes green.
Honorable Paul Gay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knaus-Balcrotty.
Sada, this is Delegate Amber Knaus-Balcrotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knaus-Balcrotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona does not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo does not vote. Honorable Rich James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Rich James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable
Otto
Charlene
So
So
votes
votes
green.
green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Please, it's there.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winica. Honorable Edison Winica votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Panal Halona.
Along votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor, 3 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. A vote of 20 in favor, 3 opposed. Speaker not voting on the main motion of legislation 0174-21. Motion carries. Back, colleagues.
Speaker.
Continue moving on
Speaker.
down.
Delegate Nez request to speak, sir.
Honorable Edison Nika, then Honorable Charlene So, then Honorable Chairman Nez. Honorable Edison Nika.
Speaker, motion to recess.
Second, Delegate Nez.
Motion to recess by Honorable Edison Nika at 5:25 p.m. Second by Chairman Ricky Nez. Back, colleagues. Go board.
Push a privilege, Speaker. Can you?
Colleagues, hold on. We have individuals that want to speak on a motion. Point of privilege, who is that?
Ms. Henyo.
Point of privilege, Chairman Henio, go ahead.
How many more legislations do we have? Speaker Damon.
We have 2 legislations left. Legislation 0201-21, sponsored by Honorable Slater, about transferring Navajo Transit from general services to NDOT. Then asking for a field hearing on legislation 0211-21, sponsored by Honorable Galen Begay. Remind you, colleagues, tomorrow we have some presentations in the morning, but I know some of you have wanted to ask for travel and meetings too as well. So it's up to y'all. I'll leave it to council to decide. Honorable Slater, on the motion to recess.
Thank you, Speaker. Legislation 201-21, which is the next legislation, has passed unanimously through every single committee that it has been considered at. And I ask that sorry, it sounds like there's a bad background noise. And I ask that my colleagues, we not recess at this time. We only have 2 legislations and we can probably complete them within an hour or half hour.
Someone's phone is not muted in here. Or if you could turn down your microphones. Wait, try it now.
Okay, let's see.
Whose microphone is up? Can you hear me? He's on his headphones. Go ahead, Honorable Slater.
Okay, colleagues, I think you get the gist. If we could please just pass 201-21, and I think there was only one colleague who had a comment or question on 211-21. They all have received affirmative considerations up until this point and are non-controversial. So I ask that we not recess at this time. And first, I'll ask that Shache, if you could withdraw your motion. I think we can get this done very quickly. I'll yield my time.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, is a motion, a request too as well. Oh, Nika, you still want to move forward with your journey? I mean, with recess? Okay. Okay, with that, Honorable Wanika withdraws. Chairman Nez, you have the floor. You gonna keep the motion as a second?
I believe I would like to motion to recess due to some emails going back and forth and a request for healing. I believe that we need to take time out and go home, pray with our families, and come back fresh in the morning and just pass Honorable Slater's request for his legislation. So I would like to keep that motion to recess. It'll give us time out and rest up for tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'll stay with the motion. Thank you.
There's a motion by Chairman Nez. Is there a second to recess at 5:29?
Second, Delegate Daniel So.
Second by Honorable Charlene So. That, colleagues, no other comments or questions. Let's go to the board.
Good Chair Speaker.
So?
Yeah, I do favor recess. I got an amendment on that 211-21. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's go to the board. Vote to recess.
Honorable Amber Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Amber Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knappsbach Crotty.
Shadow Delegate Amber Knappsbach Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knappsbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan did not vote. Honorable Tanao Halona.
I'll vote red, Freeland.
Honorable Tanao Halona.
Oh, it was red. Red.
Honorable Tanao Halona votes red. Honorable Mark Phelan votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes
Point of order, Speaker. Henyo.
Point of order, Chairman Henyo.
Yes, it's Celestina. I just heard Vice Chair Slater voting red and then being announced that he voted green. Can you clarify that?
Voted green, right? He voted green. I seen him vote green. Vote green? He voted green, yeah. He voted green.
Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Yeah.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Elliher.
I vote red.
Jimmy Elliher. Honorable Jimmy Elliher votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 17 in favor, 6 opposed. Mr. Speaker not voting.
Paul Begay. Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay, did you vote red or green?
Speaker, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 5 opposed. Mr. Speaker not voting.
18 in favor, 5 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries to adjourn or actually recess at 5:29 p.m. That, colleagues, we do have a lineup tomorrow. Starts at 8:30. 8 o'clock. Starts at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for recognitions. Actually, a presentation on missing and murdered Dene relatives. And then we have recognitions at 8:30. And then moving on from there, we'll start our agenda back up again at 10 a.m. Colleagues, we do have
Don't forget
two,
that beautiful rug back there, Steve.
two.
Don't forget that beautiful rug right there.
So
Christopher.
have a good evening, everyone.
Okay.
See you guys tomorrow. Safe travels. We're gonna.